Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. Now this is a little bit unusual. Typically we're starting figures from scratch here, but due to crazy circumstances, we are going to finish off something that I was painting on the More Than Dice podcast last night. Oddly enough, it's pretty much dry. Yeah, darndest thing. And that's something we'll talk about during the stream here because, wow. There's a video I was shooting last night. It was this one right here. Hey Landrest, how you doing? So Landrest, get this. So I painted this thing This was the video last night. This was painted with nothing but the fast dry, right? The fast matte paints. Nothing but fast matte. This thing is almost as wet as when I stopped painting it at what 3 o'clock in the morning. This thing that I stopped painting only a few hours before that has no fast matte except for the fast matte white. Um, yeah, that's pretty much mostly dry. Not everything is totally dry, but there's a whole bunch of areas here. Yeah, look at that. Nothing on my hand. It's unbelievable, man. Oh, thanks, Ledrast. So yeah, this was last night's video. This is a new dark sword thing. So yeah, I was expecting to be putting flock and foliage on this thing for the last segment, and instead it was like, this is still wet. Yeah, go figure. Now let's have these two guys side by side here. So that's pretty cool. So the last one I'll do, well, speaking of painting videos, I'll do that in a painting video. We'll do the crazy red and blue, right? Because kind of nifty. Looking forward to getting all the flock and foliage on these things. Hey, Armored Wolf, how you doing? So yeah, Armored Wolf, believe it or not, this thing is almost entirely wet. This thing's almost entirely dry. I stopped painting this thing, I don't know, maybe 4 hours before I started doing this. Hey, Crazy Wolf. Oh, that's right. Happy Halloween to everybody out there. I hope that everybody's had a fun day. I know, Landress, you got to go do all the airport stuff. I think you were saying that maybe at this time of night or whatever, it's not quite so nasty. Well, hopefully, I think last time it didn't take very long to go get him, did it? Because wasn't that just last week? I swear that was just last week. So, Crazy Wolf, how you doing? Now, again, I'm just going to try and get some. Nah, maybe that's no good. Maybe we don't like that. So, I'm just going to grab me a blending brush here and just kind of tone some of that down. And then we'll look back at this again here. Something like this. And I think we're going to have to get some other lights on the leaves, like so. So, Crazy Wolf, I hope that you had yourself a good Halloween. I know that some people were doing the trick or treat stuff with the kids. So hopefully people had a chance to do that. Hopefully the kids didn't get too many rocks or anything like that. Hopefully not too many. Yeah, not too many Skittles. What was it? Skittles, and what's the other thing you really don't want? Hey, Kegel, how you doing? Okay, yeah, sorry that we're not starting something from scratch here, but just, well, unfortunate surprises and stuff today, so we're just going to have to go with this. And besides, I did want to get this thing finished as soon as I could because I really want to be able to do all the flock and foliage on these things. So Crazy Wolf eating some of the candy. Now, of course, as a parent, it's your duty to go through there and tell the kids, oh, yeah, I don't know, all this candy is suspicious, all this is suspicious. They say, wait a minute, why is that 99% of my candy? And what are you going to do with that? Say, oh, no, don't worry about it. We'll keep it in a safe place, which is your belly, right, Crazy Wolf? That's the safe place that the candy's got to go. At least I think so anyway. Yeah, we'll see. That's a good thing there, Crazy Wolf. They learn. You talk about learning the value of a dollar. They learn what taxation is all about at a very young age. That's a good thing. Yeah, the sooner they learn that lesson, the better. So that's what you call taking the opportunity for instruction right there. Now here, I do want that to be a slightly. Yeah, a little bit warmer there. That got too light and too warm, too fast. And this was fun. Lots of Terra Rosa in here. I did use some Severus Blue over here, actually. So my guess is that Severus Blue is probably still kind of on the wet side. Maybe. Oh, you know what are we going to do here? What are we going to do? Are we going to use the indigo here? Maybe a little of the Egyptian violet to create some indigo violet? Yeah, we'll do that. Let me see if I can, before I start doing other things, we're just going to see if I can't finish off the eye on this guy here before we get too involved in the rider and the hands and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Happy Heretic, how you doing? Well, hopefully you had yourself a good Halloween. Hopefully you have confiscated a sufficient amount of candy. Or no, I'm sorry, edited. Yeah, you edited the candy slightly. There's no confiscation. You edited the amount slightly. That's all.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, This Mechanic Games. Appreciate that. That is 7 months total. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So This Mechanic Games, where look at this, we've got two of the chickens. He's like, we are not chickens. Don't call us turkeys either. They'll serve us for Thanksgiving. So thank you so much, and Happy Heretic. Oh, I thought you said that the dog was as sick as a dog. Well, sorry that you're sick as a dog. Well, I'm glad that the kid was able to have some fun. So kind of a fun little difference between these guys, right? And that's the other thing too. We'll try and do some tattoos on this over here. Try and do some tattoos there. So This Mechanic Games, I hope that, again, everything's going well for you. Ooh, you know what we could still do here, I think? I think we could still get some of this going right like so. Hey, Blades, how you doing? Speaking of Happy Halloween, I hope that you had yourself a good one there, Blades. Hopefully the dog has been not chewing up more stuff, although I'm probably sure that's happened. Thank you so much, Blades. Again, we're going to have to get some more light on this area here. We got more lights to add here. Also got to hit these claws here at a certain point. Let's get some darks in here as well. Well, that's cool. This Mechanic Games. Now, do you already have... is it going to be matching existing color schemes, or is it something that you're going to do some color tests on there? Recoil, how you doing? So Blades, I'm glad it wasn't too. What are we trying to say? It wasn't too much of a disappointment for you or anything like that, because like we always say here, we want the miniature painting to be fun, right? Always want the miniature painting to be fun. Don't want it to be a don't want it to be a downer sort of a thing at all. So Blades, thank you so much. Yeah, this is on top of our other guy here. No, now this again. This was a video that I filmed last night right here. This is another one of our Dark Sword videos. I was testing out those fast matte colors, and the bizarre thing is, this thing is still pretty much entirely wet. This is mostly dry. This was painted on the same day. It was painted last night. As of this time last night, I just stopped painting on this. Hey Garrett, how are you doing? So these are from Conquest Miniatures. I think Wardhrun is I think they just call them Raptor Riders, but Wardrun is the name of the faction. Not really sure they refer to them as factions, but we'll just say faction. I don't know, it's kind of a generic expression to use for, well, factions. Yeah, Rico, sorry I couldn't start a few minutes earlier. There was more mayhem today, so I was kind of hoping to start more like 8, but with the mayhem, that pushed things back. Yeah, Blades, I just remember being at ReaperCon. This is I think it was my first ReaperCon, maybe first and second ReaperCon, and people were so nervous about the painting contest that they were dropping their figure on the floor. They were breaking their figure just because they were so nervous. You know how it is, you get kind of antsy and you get the fumble fingers. Yeah, there was a lot of folks there. They were just getting really, really uptight about it, and people were dropping figures left and right, and all kinds of crazy things were happening. Felt bad for them, that's for sure. And I just kept thinking, wow, man, there has to be some way to kind of reduce the anxiety level here for these folks, because otherwise, again, if it's not fun, believe me, after all the not fun things of today, it's like, well, I don't want to do that no more. That ain't fun. Oh, it's going to be your first army. Did some cohortus on a random 3D printed mini. Oh, that's very cool. This Mechanic Games. So I printed up a whole bunch of new basing bits from Make It Epic. I also was able to print out, unfortunately, not all of the files that Dano had sent me. Those didn't all successfully transfer or upload, but the Custodes did. I printed out some of those. We'll find out if they're any good. Oh, actually, hey, Armored Wolf, what base size do heavy intercessors go on? I'm guessing they go on a 40 because they're pretty much the same size as those Vanguard veterans or Blade Guard veterans. Ah, okay. Yeah, Blade, sorry that was the case. Boy, Blade's, it's almost like, well, I mean, when I was doing the Golden Demon stuff back in the day, I would just throw the stuff in there and walk away and not come back again till it was time to pick up my figure, just so that I didn't get wrapped up in it at all. I would literally just bring it over there, put it in, walk away, never come back until it was time to collect the miniatures out of there. Hey, Queez, how you doing? And Megan. So I saw all the fancy snazzy costumes there. Everybody was having fun. It looks like, oh, actually, we were talking about the dad tax, Queez. So the dad tax is roughly about 90% of all candy collected. And that's like the lowest tax rate right there, and then it kind of goes up. So yeah, I guess you need to start collecting your tax from the kids. Hopefully they had some good earnings this year, so that you can have lots of revenue, so to speak. So Happy Heretic, was it a big army of the squats, or was it just kind of starting out with the kill team stuff, or is it well, both? Let's see. So, Quiz, that's what we all said. We said, well, it's important that kids not only learn the value of a dollar, but also learn how most of it's going to get taken away from them in the end anyway, and just kind of get used to that. So they should definitely do that early on, as early as possible for them. It's all about love, right? And Quiz also too, did you just tell the kids, well, this has to be put in a vault somewhere for safekeeping, and of course, in your belly is a really good vault for safekeeping. It's very high security. It's a very high security. Nobody else is going to want to go in there. Well, that is unless you're having a colonoscopy or something like that, but otherwise, not so much. Hey, Fallen Freely, how you doing? Nice to see. If everybody could please give Falling Freely a follow, that would be fantastic. See that? See what I just did there? You didn't think I could do that, did you? No, I didn't either. Yeah, Queez, sometimes you just gotta be a little bit rough on them, right? You just gotta tell them what it is at an early age, and then they just kind of grow to accept those things and know that kind of special deflating defeat early on. Hey, Green Fairy Studios, how you doing? So Green Fairy, I saw you posted some new prepped minis there, and again we did the latest tutorial video. This was last night. Now get this. This was done entirely with fast matte colors. Wasn't easy because, well, we didn't exactly have a full range of colors. But this thing is still mostly wet. This thing that I was painting just a few hours before this, no fast mats except for the white. This is mostly dry. Mostly wet, mostly dry. Go figure. Go figure. That's pretty weird. And hey V, how you doing? Everybody please give Vlieger Dragon a follow. So V, well you had your normal piano stream today, didn't you? I know. Well, you got your usual one coming up on Friday, right? Hey, Hootie, how you doing? I don't know if you heard me just say that I was filming a video last night, and there was some crazy discoveries. Let me tell you. Ah, thanks so much, Megan. Look at that V for victory. There you go. Thank you so much, Megan. Appreciate that. Falling freely. I'm glad that you're feeling a little better. Obviously, you would love to be just tip top right now. So, again, everybody give all those follows. Doesn't cost nothing to do those follows, does it? Now, Hootie, these are certainly nifty figures, aren't they? These are those gigantic Conquest Miniatures. And we got one more to do. That's going to be a Patreon video. We'll do mostly reds. It'll be our party skink color scheme with the red and then the blue. Ah, there we go. There's the new shadows. I always just keep wanting to call those SOB miniatures, right? Right, Green Fairy? Let's see. So Tavistian, typical. Oh, here, let me get the. There you go. So this is a filbert and a shortliner. Both of them are from Princeton. Velvet Touch is the subset, whatever you want to call them. Cotman, those are by Winsor Newton. They're pretty darn similar to these. I think you have to say they're pretty similar. Not quite the same, but similar enough if you can't find the Princetons. But I just get those from Dick Blick. Now again, we're just going to throw some of our darker, little bit of shadow color in here. There we go. So, I guess, I don't know, are people still doing the Monday Hangout then, V? I was really glad that she got a chance to join that. So you call it the same thing then? Okay, that's good. So yeah, Tavistian, these are just, here's the, so this is what the Cotman brushes look like. So Winsor Newton Cotman brushes, same kind of synthetics. We used to use these for years and years. There was a point, I think it was either 2020 or 2021, with all the stuff going on, we couldn't get those. Had to find an alternative, and I ended up just getting the Velvet Touch, and I really liked them, so I just kind of stayed with them since. No special reason. Ah, well, that's cool. That is very cool. Now, V, do you have any special kind of things coming up, RPG-wise, outside of some of the usuals? I wasn't sure if you were still doing some DMing also, a little bit here and there. So this is mostly going to be the cleanup type stuff right here. Then we'll get some brighter lights in there as well. So November 11th, a couple of weeks from now, the insane amount of kobolds, the inordinate amount of kobolds, the impossible, the excessive amount of kobolds, all that stuff begins again November 11th. Well, V, I hope that actually you've had a chance to do a decent amount of it, have some fun. And I guess, I don't know, trying out maybe some different systems along the way there too. So Hootie, I haven't actually played Conquest. These are literally the first miniatures that I've ever had in my hands from Conquest. Now, it kind of depends if I can find maybe some of this stuff on eBay, or if Conquest is willing to send out some more stuffs, well, then maybe we can try to do a little bit more of it, maybe to the point where we have almost playable armies. Because, well, let's see, there's the ranks and flanks version, and there is the more skirmishy version, right? More skirmishy. Oh, that's right. I better get the. That's right. I almost forgot the other part that goes around these guys. Got to get those things painted too. Oh well. So again, yeah, these are from Conquest Miniatures, and this one here, portion of it I painted on the More Than Dice podcast last night. Apparently, the classes, whatever the ones on next weekend, the Saturday, Sunday ones, those are locked now, I guess. So just in case somebody was looking to go and do those, they're locked now. So is what it is. All right, I'm gonna throw. No, no, no. Maybe we'll just keep going. A little bit of the Indian yellow here and the radiant green. So yeah, those. I didn't know that he would be doing that. I kind of understand why he had to do that. I mean, it's okay. I'm glad there's not. Well, there wasn't supposed to be tons of people, anyways, because we're trying a little something new here, using trying to use Zoom and such. So yeah, I really didn't want it to be anything too crazy. Now here, let's start to lighten this up a little bit, but again, not too much. See, it's almost getting a little bit on the dull side there. Don't want that to end up getting dull. I want that to have a nice, bright look to it. That's okay, Blades. Of course, maybe we get to remember WappleCon. So, who knows? Maybe if there reaches a point where Kathy's doing better, it's not like it is now. Maybe that's when we do something like a WappleCon, because obviously not going to be able to do any classes at Adepticon either. So that could be something that we try. Again, now I'm going to come back in here to start to add a couple of lights to the feathers. Not so much that they become yellow. I don't want to lose that nice little bit of phthalo green. But it's phthalo green, and actually the pre-glaze on these areas was phthalo green mixed with the Indian yellow, in case anybody was wondering. All right, we'll continue here again. Let the couple more lights on the feathers. So I'll have to do this on the other arm, hand, whatever. Yeah, V, actually it was something that I've been wanting to do for years. This was before I even started doing Twitch. I think it was kind of the Discord environment that sort of gave me the idea. And then Reaper also utilized Discord for their virtual ReaperCon or whatever it was called a few years ago. And I said, well, if they can do that, we're not looking to do anything that massive. If all I want to do is just kind of do, well, like the classes that I might do, say, at an Adepticon, maybe also, live stream some playing of some games. You know what? That might not be. That could be an interesting thing to do. And obviously, it could be for. You don't have to be. You don't have to be here for it, right? So it could be for anybody, anywhere, at any time, sort of. So I was adding some of these lighter greens in here. Hey there, Drax. Yeah, Drax, I was hoping to actually start maybe a half an hour earlier, or at least a half hour earlier. Not quite as early as I wanted to, but if everybody could please give Drax a follow. So Drax, let's see. You got the Tuesday, Wednesdays going, right? Starting at the usual midnight Central. So everybody please give Drax a follow. So Drax, we're working on another one of these big old Conquest figures. These suckers are huge. I know someone said 38 mil. No, these are more like 48 mil. Because I put them next to a 28 mil figure. They're twice the size. So definitely bigger than 38. Now, yeah, this was a video that I just filmed last night for the Patreon page. I was using the fast matte paints. These are the paints that are supposed to dry in a couple hours. This thing here is still wet. This was painted only a few hours before this. This is mostly dry. The darndest thing. I think, and it's weird to think that these actually dry potentially faster than the fast mats. No alkyds in these. Fast mats have alkyds. Guess what? Still waiting on those buggers. Now we were using colors like the violet. Oh yeah, Drax, the what is that? The violet, the diazonine violet, nowhere near as powerful as Egyptian violet. I mean, it was like one color is vaguely purple and the other one is like nuclear weapons grade violet. So yeah, Green Fairy. I was having all kinds of fun coming up with. Now, obviously, there's just a regular title that I'm gonna have, but you know how I like to have that little line on the Patreon page introducing the video, and I was gonna call. Remind me about this, Green Fairy. I was gonna say not so fast, because that would be that just reeks of humor to me. So yeah, that's the tagline that I want to use for them is not so fast.
So say we all.
Look at this. Look at this. It's like, hey, do you got a quarter? It's like, dude, do I look like a quarter? It's like, nice chicken that you're riding there. Dude, I'm not a chicken. You keep saying that they're gonna eat me. It's like, I think that's kind of the plan anyways. After they rip off all your feathers. Thanks so much, Big Jim. How you doing? Well, the funny thing, Green Fairy, is that these are kind of on the shiny side. So right now, there's nothing fast and nothing matte about them. Now, they could be different when they are dry. Who knows? But so thank you so much, Big Jim. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Big Jim Slade that follow. So Big Jim, are you done with that one game that you were playing? I know Kathy really liked that game. I don't remember what it was called, but I wasn't sure if you had played through that and well, found all the stuff and did all the things and killed all the things you're supposed to kill. Well, Green Fairy, the other thing is too that they're being discontinued. The only reason I got them is because they were on basically clearance, and I thought, well, if they do dry faster, then I could use those kind of for those emergency situations where stuff needs to be dry right away. I guess that ain't going to happen. So Dio says that the Obscenema. Boy, I don't know why that one didn't come to mind when I was talking about all the other kinds of ways of talking about too many kobolds. So I guess you guys still finished with as many kobolds as you started with, again. So Dio, how the heck are you doing? So In Sound Mind. Yeah, that was a pretty wild game, and it looked like it was pretty fun for you to be playing that. So again, everybody please give Big Jim Slade that follow. You never know what kind of really fun games that Big Jim might be playing on stream. And of course, Dio, if you want to post your link in there with some of your fabulous leather work and stuff. And I guess hopefully you guys were able to have some fun in the Discord there as well. Oh, and also to everybody, please give Pyro Club a follow. Pyro Club, that's well, that's where you're gonna find on the 11th, November 11th, that is, the obscene amount of kobolds. So if you ever thought there's too many kobolds in the world, well, that's the maybe you don't want to watch that. I don't know. But Happy Heretic says you can never have too many of them. You can never have too many kobolds. Bingo here. A couple of lighter lights here. Because I wasn't sure. I know that, real estate stream. I know there might be one of those coming up at a certain point in November. I'm guessing. All right, here, let's do a couple more lights there on the ends of those feathers,
So
like
say
so.
we all.
They're trying to find out statistically how much is too much. Well, you can't have too much Arid. Arid, how you doing? I hope that everything's going okay. And thank you so much for the bits, Arid. Because you know what? More of this makes me less arid. I think you know what that means. So if everybody please give Aridican Wife a follow. Also Aridican Games for a little bit of bricklaying there. Yeah, boy, Arid, I almost asked you, like, so what are you gonna do on Saturday? Thinking that this was the Friday stream, cause of course, like I have memory anymore. Yeah, that's to all you youngsters out there, all you young players. Yeah, if you want to have no short-term memory whatsoever, just stay up most every night. Don't sleep. That'll take care of that whole memory thing. It's like, why do you want to remember stuff? Remembering stuff is just it's useless. That just gets old. Remembering old stuff gets in the way of all the new stuff. Yeah, so Green Fairy can't remember if he has memory. I think I might have had it, but then I didn't remember where I put it, so I don't have it anymore. Yeah, Arid, the whole sleep thing. That's that weird fictional custom that humans do. It's very barbaric. I mean, well, there is actually a really funny. Not too many ads on YouTube actually are ones that I actually let play all the way through, but there's one that basically takes you through a timeline of what you do while you're sleeping, and well, they pretty much talk about all the things that we do, drooling, passing some gas, all those kind of things that you do while you're sleeping. Very unproductive. How are you going to get work done? So everybody, please check out the link to Aridican Wife's Pinterest page, because no, Pinstagram. That's what we called it. Yes. Yeah. See that's not pro, right? Happy Heretic remembering stuff. That's not pro. That's amateur right there. Remembering stuff. Here, let me. Let's get some lights back here. Not sure how much lighter we want to go beyond this, but we'll see. And then, of course, we have to start doing. We want to try and also maybe get those free-handed tattoos going here sometime. Yes. The Pinstagram. Pinstagram. Of course, we did try to combine all these social media platforms into one social media platform to rule them, and in the dark web bind them. I think that was something that we came up with. Because, well, nothing nefarious ever happens on those. Alright, we're going to throw a little bit more of our opacity into this. And we can still make that lighter, interestingly enough. I think that's about as much of that lighter stuff as we want to go out with here. Oh, thanks, Arid. And the blades. So the next one, the third one in our little 3 chicken unit, we are not chickens. How many times do we have to tell you? It's going to be that red and the blue, kind of our party skink color scheme. Because party skinks, right? Can never have too many party skinks. Which kind of, I think there's a bunch of folks out there that say, what exactly is a party skink? We painted a bunch of those on stream. Let me see if we can get some eyes for this Raptor Rider here. For as big as the face is, the eyes not all that big actually. Suppose I want to see if I can get me some tattoos on maybe on the face here too, especially since this one doesn't have the helmet like the other one did, or the headdress, or whatever you want to call it. So Megan, it looked like you guys had some really handy Halloween weather right there for the kids. They didn't have to worry about snow or anything like that, so they were able to kind of just have the costumes, have some fun. And again, of course, you guys trailing along. Not like you would ever cut a hole in their bag or something like that. I do remember the times years ago when Kathy and I would walk around the neighborhood on our usual walks, and for at least 3 days we'd be finding candy all over the all over the sidewalk. You could figure out which candy was popular and which was not. Well, I'm glad there, Megan. Glad that did. Again, this is just kind of a light green here. This other one, that's going to be an interesting little challenge. Now, since I haven't been painting on this, I should be able to do that without taking away any paint. For the most part, yeah. For the most part, that worked out. Now we're back to the, this is our indigo violet here. Darken that down. Let's see, which way do we want the eyes to be? I'm thinking, well, they're going that way. That's how they're going. It's been determined. See if I can just... I think we'll try and hit that one again, maybe. Well, let's see. Let's see. There is kind of a little bit of a furrow to that brow. Okay, well, I hope it does. I hope that it does for you there, Megan. Now, this should be really interesting to see. Just like, remember our other one? A lot of stuff here, there's not going to be much in the way of value. It's certainly not going to be anywhere near as interesting. Yeah, so you actually kind of lose a little bit of the value too. Well, because there's not really any difference in value. It's the color difference. Some of the skin tone, the feathers, all basically the same value. It's a difference in color. And you'll see that when we bring this back. Here, let's go this way. Let's go this way, and you might be able to really see some of that as the color comes back here. Yeah, there you are. Look at that. See? Again, a lot of the same values. However, different color, right? You got this bright blue, the bright intense green that's warm, right? This is kind of a cooler blue, warmer green, both intense. Then you got this in between. You've got that warmer color, but it's kind of a more desaturated, as they might say. Hey, Valferia, how you doing? So Valferia, well, I'll send you a note. Unfortunately, there was the same surprise as last month, which made things a little bit difficult. So, yeah, the Wednesday thing is going to be 12 hours again, which not looking forward to. So yeah, that was unfortunate because we would have thought they would have told us that sooner than, well, today, but we only found out about it just a few hours ago. Now we'll throw a little bit more light in here. Hopefully all of the allergy stuff has ended where you are, for you, because I know that was no fun to be dealing with for quite some time. Now, do we need any more? No, I don't think we're going to add any more darks there, except for... Yeah, it's going to be leaving at 6 in the morning and not getting back till 6 o'clock at night. Well, Valfira, I know I ate at least one of them there, if not two of them there. Um, I ate most of those. I think Kathy might have had one or two, but I know, I know I ate at least half a dozen of them. I cannot confirm nor deny, but I can say I may or may not have consumed a half a dozen of those. Yeah, Velfra, I know that was that kind of topsy-turvy, make-up-your-mind kind of stuff there that was just making things really crazy for so long. And I wasn't sure if that in some ways is kind of how it plays out this time of year, or if this year was just a little bit more more of a pain in the backside when it came to that. So here I'm just trying to find a couple of more lights on the skin. See that that's too here, look at there we go. I'm gonna take some of that brown matter and basically kind of dingy that up a little bit. Well, thanks, Blades. Appreciate that. Because the other thing that also happens is there's stuff that has to be done beforehand. So I think what I might just be doing is actually I might stay up that night and just try and do that partial studio rebuild. I might just do that. Now, let me see something. I'm going to take the Terra Rosa. We're going to take our fast matte white here. Let me see. There's some stuff along the beak here. Let me see if I can... well, I was supposed to tighten up that edge, not actually fog it up. Oh, well, we'll have to come back the other way with that. Well, sorry that that just got underway sooner there, Velfera. And so again, those fast matte paints. Again, I did this video last night. I stopped filming this about 3:40ish, about 3:30 in the morning, something like that. This is still almost as wet as when I stopped. This was painted on the More Than Dice podcast, which I stopped only a few hours before starting this. This is mostly dry in many areas. This is pretty much wet in all areas. So craziness, right? Go figure. There's never any end to the surprises. You never know what you're going to learn. Now, of course, those were notoriously slow drying colors, but Green Fairy, like you were saying, stick with the Radiance, especially since they actually still sell the Radiance. These other ones, again, they're maybe that's why they're going away, because they weren't really fast or they weren't really matte. Maybe they got to retool them a little bit, wouldn't you say, Green Fairy? Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel, of course. And everybody, please also check out Armored Wolf on the Instas, because that's where you're going to see all the magnificent dice bags of all sorts. Here, let me go a little lighter here. I don't want to lighten up the hands too much. Don't want to do too much there. Let's see if we can get the skin here a little bit lighter as well. There. So these guys were the topic, actually the latest Patreon video, where we were doing a bunch of gap filling on these things, and then we did the basing video. Based this unit and a whole nother unit of mounted squires, 100 Kingdom. Yeah, mounted squires for 100 Kingdoms. Oh, I guess I can go a little bit lighter there. All right. Well, that's cool. I don't mind. Remember, I still want to do some of the tattoo kind of stuff here where possible. Should be interesting given the fact that this is kind of mostly dry already. You know what? Let me see if I can take this. That could be a little bit too much of an orange there. So we'll take the brown matter and knock that down a smidge. And okay. A little bit of orange there. whatever, right? A little something, maybe here too. Just a little different color on there. Can't hurt. Yeah, over here too. We kind of did that on this part of the. Let's do that here too, because some of these straps looking awful similar to the skin tone. However, this has to be more of an intense orange than this. That's almost kind of a pinkish color. Basically the same thing we would use for our normal, well, flesh color. Yeah, over here. Not, I guess maybe not as much of that over here. Maybe not too much. Oh, and Megan, gee whiz, sorry I forgot. If you wanted to post your Megan link tree there with the eBay links and stuff, everybody please check out Megan's eBay auctions, painted miniatures, really nifty looking. Sorry about that, Megan. I knew that was what was that discussion we had about no memory? Yeah, that would be the whole no memory thing. So again, you wanna enjoy not being able to remember things. Well, just do what we do here. That whole thing of remembering stuff. There's something you want to forget. 100% guaranteed you'll be able to forget everything. Just basically work way too much over and over again. Yeah, sorry about that, Megan. I just was like, there's another thing that I was supposed to remember that my feeble mind clearly cannot. Don't like what that did. So, oh look, I'm just going to wipe that away. And you can tell this is all dry because this had no effect. If I had done this at this time last night, all that stuff would have been practically wiped off of here. That is the difference. That's how dramatic it is. So everybody please check out the link tree by Megan there. That's going to also contain some of those eBay linkages there. Some fantastic painted miniatures. Ooh, what are we doing here? Just maybe get some more of that orange there. Why not? Yeah, Valfira, it's oh yeah. That's why that glassy look in my eyes, that's the no vacancy sign. Wouldn't you say there, Valfira? That's why I have that glassy stare, that 1,000-mile stare, whatever you want to call it. That's not drug induced. That's just the no vacancy sign been turned on. There's no room at the inn. Wouldn't you say, Valfira? I like this idea just going a little bit stronger with the orangey stuff here on these leathers because first of all, it actually stands out from all the skin tone, yay. Uh, kind of in some ways harkens back to what's going on with this guy. Alright, I'm going to go back over here to this lighter green. Let me see if we can do... oh yeah, I think we can lighten up these leaves a little bit more. Yeah. So the pre-glaze on this was not fancy at all. I mean, is it ever really? Well, clearly some Terra Rosa used here. There was the Salo green mixed with Indian yellow as our pre-glaze in those areas. Maybe not wiped off quite so much as we might have at other times. You know what? Never mind with this. What are we doing there? That's way too much of a... It's way too warm of a green. Here we are. Well, that's kind of a grayish green. It's the same level of lightness, but... Yeah, okay, there we go. So I was thinking, that's not going to work out. That's not... We don't want the same intense green as this right here. Boy, Valfera, it's been scary nasty for basically everybody that we know.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Now this is not scary. Welcoming a new little hobbits, the lost Dane. Hello, little hobbits. All right, Morgoth. Uh, Morgoth, you're just trolling us now, right? Because, seriously? I mean, it really looks like something the hobbits would eat. It's like, what are you talking about there? It's like, oh, nothing, nothing, nothing. Hobbits, you'll find them quite tasty. Talking about you, Baggins, because he's eating, he's smoking all the pipe weed. That's how Gandalf's gonna take care of that. So that is a Conquest miniature, Lost Dane, very large scale, very large scale. Here's the other one. We painted this one up. Was this the Monday stream of last week? No, this was our Saturday stream. So you can go back and watch the highlight of this. The entire, was it 5 hours or so, start to finish? We painted that. And now here's another one from that same unit. And here you can just kind of see, well, speaking of Gandalf again, look. So there's Gandalf on Shadowfax. That is how big this thing is. It's gigantic. Look at, I mean, the Rider is bigger than Gandalf and Shadowfax combined. So this is a huge, enormous scale. It's massive. Well, of course, Valfera. Um, so, so does that mean that these guys are going to get into a fight with the Dunlendings and our Wolves of Isengard right here? Actually, I gotta get some more of my Wolves of Isengard ready to go too, so that we can do some more of that. So thanks, Lost Dane. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And of course, well, we do a lot of object source lighting here. Well, hey, we're still maintaining the cavalry channel. Yes, still are maintaining the cavalry channel. Now, sometimes where's well, I mean, well, the Mr. Giggles right here. He also has kind of a bright set of colors on it because he's a very fun guy. That's why he's called Mr. Giggles, of course. Oh, and here's another one of our lizards that we did here. The really fun Agama Rising miniatures. Oh, and here's let me grab this one here. So this was our last stream, right? Was this one on? Maybe this was Saturday. Yeah, this was the Saturday stream. The other one was Friday. So a little bit of non-metallic metal on this. Something easy and simple, right? Real quick. Real quick. Happy Heretic. I actually had that one here, but then well, person asked me to send that one back because they weren't going to play the game. So again, I don't know how things are looking like on, say, eBay for Conquest miniatures. I'm sure none of the new stuff is out there, but maybe some of the what are some of the discount ones? It's been so long since I've seen those. I know one of them kind of shut down, I think. But you could get, let's say, old boxes of Song of Ice and Fire stuff for pennies on the dollar, practically. Oh, thanks, Fallen Freely. It was really, it was handy because I just wanted to show not just the non-metallic metal stuff, but also that idea of just plopping the color on there and then pushing it around. And here's what that looked like before we started. So we literally just plop a color on there and grab the other brush and then just basically just start pushing that paint around. So Happy Heretic, is that it's like one main figure and then there's 3 or 4 other ones around it or something? So yeah, if I can try and get that. Now the Spires, I guess that's not a new faction in the way that, oof, what's the other faction that is new? That's not, oh, Old Dominion, right? Is that a new faction? Well, Wardhrun is actually a new faction, right? Well, new-ish, kind of, sorta. TV Times looked on eBay because it was a little bit cheaper. But yeah, what are some of the online retailers? It's driving me nuts, Happy Heretic, because I used to check out their stuff all the time. Miniature Market, that's one of them, right? Miniature Market. And I think Frontline Gaming, is that another one of the discount retailers there? So Fallen Freely, actually, Ironically enough, one of my favorite things about miniature painting is terrain. If you're asking one of my favorite things, it is it's the terrain, but it really is it's doing the armies. That's what I love. So creating actual armies, like there's our Moria army. Here's that well things like our the Lizard Man army that we did, and of course we have infinite number of oh, and of course we have the things like all the Song of Ice and Fire stuff, and Rohan army, the dwarves. Oh look, the Nazgul there. So that I really love doing the armies for sure. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Hey, Bithron, how you doing? So here's some more of those. Yeah. So this was my one of my new army painting series right here. That's the was a Golden Company Swordsman, Song of Ice and Fire. Now these guys we painted up on stream. We also did a couple of basing videos with them. So this is also Song of Ice and Fire. This is the new Martell faction. That is the Sun Spear Royal Guard. I'm glad that you're getting some of those days off, Ithran. I know you've been looking forward to those for kind of a while, haven't you? Obviously, well, object source lighting, freehand. So falling freely, it's that establishing a theme for the army. Whether it's, as you could see, the basing, the color scheme, that sort of stuff to me is what's really fun. And then, of course, executing that across, well, many, many figures over the course of doing entire armies. And if you check out the blog, you'll see all the bolt action armies, all the fantasy armies, even 40k armies, Wild West Exodus armies. And by armies, we're not talking about 10, 15 guys. We're talking about seriously gigantic armies. I mean, well, we can. Yeah, well, let's do that. The Tomb King army always really does. When you see it was a little bit of a side project back in 2014 for a tournament. There we go. So there's the Tomb Kings right there, and that's not actually the whole thing. That's the display board. That's all the magnetized movement trays. Even the display board is magnetized in several places. Tons of conversions using the fluorescent paints for the first time. Lots of scratch sculpting, as in almost everything you see on that top platform was scratch sculpted. The Hyro Titan, the Colossus, the birdies, the Sphinxes, all that stuff. And now, yeah, prepare yourself because you're about to see something that's really, 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 really scary. Speaking of Halloween, right here, look at this. This will terrify everybody. Yes, there's the mimes. That would be the mimes of Moria. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. And the other sign says we love the mimes. So, yes, they wear berets, top hats, even chef's hats. You would think that the guy would hold the baguette in his oven mitt, but nobody said that the Lutin were smart. Now, of course, Charles de Gaulle, the head coach, he's smart, even though he only has 2 stars. But he's got quite the mustache. These two guys, well, Francois and Pierre, they definitely thought they were the stars of the team. Blocking, tackling, oof, that was not their vibe. As you can tell, they were really more into like a fine Chablis, a Pinot Noir, something like that, along those lines. These guys were from 2006, so there were no plastic miniatures, there were no printing of miniatures. It was take whatever metal miniatures you can find, hack them apart, and then resculpt them. So, yeah, falling freely. That Blood Bowl teams, that was another favorite thing of mine. Really enjoyed doing the Blood Bowl teams because, well, guess what? You create a theme, you create a color scheme, and it's kind of all it's one big package. I really enjoyed all of that kind of stuff. Oh, the iridescent pearl. How did that turn out? Yeah, Deuce. I hope that worked out well. Deuce, I don't know if you heard me talking about the fast mat experiment in the latest video. Well, you'll see they were they weren't fast, and so far they're not matte either. They were interesting to work with, some potential advantages, but yeah, for whatever reason, they did not dry fast. Now, of course, it could be that I was using colors that dry more slowly, like the violet and the quinacridone and all that kind of stuff. So it could be that. Yeah, well, Bithron, hopefully you can settle on something fun to paint and just kind of kick back and chill out and enjoy it. And well, happy Halloween to everybody. I know for some folks it's probably not even Halloween anymore, but I do hope that people were able to have some fun. And again, as we were discussing, the dad tax is a real thing, so you need to levy that tax on the kids there. Uh, Again, it's I think it's quite fair that they get to keep 10% of the candy, you get 90%, and of course you'll be able to keep it in a very safe place in your belly, and that's where it belongs. Kids just they need to get a little bit of a portent of their future, so I think yeah you should just enact the dad tax or the mom tax. Of course, if you're a sibling of a sufficient size over your younger siblings, I guess you could also institute a sibling tax. Oh, we haven't shown that. Geez, Velfera, when's the last time we showed any of that? Actually, there we go. Now, this is a massive army right here. I have at least 70 infantry painted for that, I think, plus a bunch of vehicles. There's the Winter Americans. All these painted in oils, by the way. Now here was this was the army right here, the 1944 Monte Cassino Fallschirmjägers. That was for a tournament. That was the last tournament I ever got to participate in back in 2018. These were interesting because they were painted in three different materials. One was oils, one was acrylic, and one was weathering powders. No, I'm not messing with you. One of them was painted in weathering powders. Same here. The Crusader on the left was painted in oils. That Panzerjäger 1, that was actually painted with weathering powders. The entire thing painted with weathering powders. And here's our Winter Germanians again. Now, I actually do have 4 battle reports on the YouTube channel. That same terrain, even that same backdrop, we'll be using that for our Lord of the Rings battle reports. This was a very fun kind of what-if scenario. This was the Battle of Arras. You can see the Matilda over there, and you've got the Bren carrier. And this was the last one I had a chance to film. That's the Bridge to Nouvion. That was very fun. There's my early war French. I also used those guys in a tournament, was victorious there. And there's another look at the Monte Cassino Fallschirmjägers with, oh look, Monte Cassino. You sense a theme that I like. Theme. It's just something that I enjoy. I like to come up with a theme and then carry that through. Arid, I think well you need to make a list of all your favorite. Well, not your favorite. They're not. You're not taking them because they're your favorite. It's again. It's all for the good of the kids. It's all for the good of the kids. But I think you should find a sufficient tax rate that will make the kids again understand the value of candy. So yeah, that is just a tiny portion of some of the bolt action stuff. Again, there's 4 battle reports on the YouTube channel, and that is something that I really hope to be able to start doing again. And who knows, maybe with WampleCon we'll be able to also have some fun and do some gameplay there. Arid, I'd never had coffee crisps before, but those are the things that you sent, right? Right, blades that well, they last about 2 days here, maybe. If I'm lucky, they last that long. Hey, Laminess, how you doing? So, Laminess, I did find those files. I had definitely indeed transferred them and all that kind of stuff. For some reason, they were still hidden in a zip file. It's like the zip file was hidden inside a folder somehow. That should not have happened. Don't know how the heck that happened. But I found the files. I did actually make build plates for the miniature. Was at 1/24th scale because that actually would fit on my printer. Now the big honkin' thing, the 1/10 scale, yeah, not so much. Not so much, but oh, mini coffee. There's mini coffee crisps. Ooh, now we did today. We did do we tried a little test hot chocolate with the cream de mint and then those marshmallows that you're supposed to put in your cereal. So that was okay. Of course, I also need to get that creamer to put in there because I think that would really make it that extra little bit. We need that extra little punch of the creamer in the hot chocolate as well. So we had that for the first time today earlier. It ain't gonna be the last, let me tell you. Hey, Arta Michael. So, Arta Michael, are you still at printing temperature in the basement, or has it started to dip below the 59 degrees? There. So, Luminous, I'll shoot you a message, well, after the stream, obviously, and just some questions that I wanted to ask you because, well, looks like we're in for another 12-hour thing this Wednesday. So I get a couple of questions for you. Obviously, I don't know if you can make sense of some of the things that I was wondering, if there's some forces at play. But I might shoot you a message if that's okay. Hey, Nurgle Matthew, how you doing? Just getting some lights on the edges here. Now again, this is one of two. There's a third one. We're going to be painting the third one in our tutorial video on the Patreon page. Oh, well, that's good, Arta Michael. Yeah, Luminous, just something I was wondering. I wonder if this might be one of the forces at work. So I hope you don't mind. But I also hope that you're doing okay. Actually, Arta Michael, or sorry, well, Arta Michael and Luminous, hopefully you guys were able to enjoy a little bit of Halloween there. Now I need to get, there we go, some more of my Vita Orange up here on some of this stuff. There we go. So Luminous, now did you only print up the 1/10 scale, and does it, I mean, it doesn't have the same parts though, does it? Because the miniature is the full thing. I don't think the 1/10 scale is actually the full miniature, right? Or is it? Again, I haven't had a chance to look at those files yet. Yeah, Arta Michael, was that for the safety of the students or for the good of the students? Because I'm pretty sure that the students were probably jeopardizing their own safety. They certainly were last year, weren't they? They were playing it close to the edge, weren't they, last year? Oh, you know what? I should let's a little more of that over here as well. I only printed out the bus so far. But the 1/24th scale should be interesting. It's well, I still insist that these guys are bigger than 1/38 scale. Yeah, these guys here got to be at least 1/42nd scale. Uh, let's see, or 42 mil scale. Sorry, not one. That'll be going smaller. So we're gonna try and do some tattoo work here. The Perline black. That's mostly what we used. mostly what we used here. And let's see if we can start to, that's why I didn't really do too much with the skin tone. Didn't want to do too much with that, get too involved with it. Let me use, this was their guy that we use a little bit of a sample right there. So we're going to put him over here. Let me see if I can use something there too. There we go. Alright, now I've got myself a little example set up there. Oh, that's, well, that doesn't sound like it's too good there. That should be interesting when that gets resolved. Now, let's see, we're going to put a little bit of a hook on this one here. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, Bill. So, Bill, boy, it's been sad. We've lost our ideal number for quite a while. Thank you so much for restoring that to its rightful place there. Thank you so much, Bill. Appreciate that. So the 1/10 is the full figure. Luminous, I could have sworn that I had the bust as well. I don't know. I guess I'm just going to have to look again. But I didn't see the bust there. Maybe it's just called something different. Yeah, I think there might be a third one of those sneaky little zip folders there. So thank you so much, Bill. Appreciate that. Okay, let me here. Oh, here we. Let's do it this way. Here, right along the edge here. Carry it up to there, and then let's go back this way. And there's the Kathy. Everybody say goodnight to Kathy, because she's probably not going to be in the chat, but she is waving at everybody, because you can see her right now waving, of course, and yawning. So Kathy's going to head off to sleep and remember all of her nighttime things that she needs to do. So he says, loves Kathy. Hey, Esmo. Hey, Cookie Mandius. How you doing? Nice to see you, Cookie Mandius. And, well, thank you so much, Esmo. We really appreciate that. Yes, she was very happy about the puzzles, and oh, that was a really sweet looking cable. Holy smokes. That was, whenever it's not just the typical kind of plastic type thing. That is one heck of a cable there. So thank you so much. Now we're going to take this. All right. We're getting there. We're going to put a little bit of again, another little hook on the end of this here. If we can. There we are. So thanks again, everybody. Oh, and of course, everybody that has sent things to Kathy for her birthday. We appreciate that. And yeah, Megan, I wasn't, when I told you about me snagging those earmuffs and the that little hand warmer thing there for going to the store, I wasn't kidding about that. I think I'm going to lay claim to those. Might even use those for warming up my hands before I try and film a video or something. So again, we're just trying to fill in a little bit of you know what? I think I can actually zoom in one more level here so you can see it a bit easier. There you go. There you are. So thanks again, Bill, for the for making that a good clean number, right, Bill? It's a good clean number there. This is what we didn't do on the first one. I want to give this a try here. All right. Once again, we're just going to fill in some of this, and then a little bit of a, see, it's almost like a spear point on the end of it there, something sharp. Now, actually, of course, you can do your own sort of a self-Dutch oven, right? If you want to stay warm at night there, you can do it that way as well. That's another fun way of staying warm in the evening. That is, if you have the correct diet. Now, no problem falling freely. The ones that I have they're always doing they're the rechargeable types. Yeah, and of course they never let you. They never even give you the slightest clue that, oh yeah, maybe the battery's running a little bit low on this. Yeah, they can do all kinds of mischievous things. All right, well, Megan, again, I hope you were able to have a little bit of a distraction today, and here's hoping that tomorrow's okay for you. I will be sending you a little bit of a note about what's going to be happening here in the coming days. That's why I wasn't really able to reply too much to you, unfortunately. All right, maybe here, you know what? Let me see what we can maybe do for the face, or some kind of interesting tattoo things on the face, perhaps. Doesn't have to be anything super extensive. A little something here. Okay, look where my hand is on that brush. It's nowhere near the ferrule. It's closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. I say that all the time because it's true. It's never at the front of the brush. It's always way here at the back. Here, there's just some weird, crazy mold lines going on. So I say, well, you know what? If I were to put a tattoo right there, it's just like on a vehicle, right? Oh, look, there's battle damage. There's rust. Wait a minute, those two pieces didn't quite fit together well. Oh, it's a prime candidate for some rust or something like that. Because why not? Let me see if I can do me some more of that over here. So let's do something like this, and then we'll kind of fill this in, and then we'll do some other shapes inside of that shape, because I think that could be fun. Now, of course, a good portion of this is already dry from last night, which is still the weirdest darn thing, that this is dry, and the other thing that I was painting much later is actually pretty much wet. That is not what I was expecting. Good. Go this way too, I think. Bill, would you add them in like the really weirdest places where they never really ever should be? So you would definitely have mold lines going down the center of the face, of course. I mean, that would be the most important mold lines to have, wouldn't you say, Bill? Definitely down the center of the face. And large gaps too. You would kind of bake those in, wouldn't you, into the sculpt? Huge gaps and stuff. And of course, the Kathy miniature is available now from Reaper. So the Kathy is available. Oh yeah, actually, putting the mold line through the center of the face is kind of a rookie thing, wouldn't you say? It's more pro to have it going right through an eye or something like that. Yeah, really, when you think about it, okay, fine, you have it go on the nose. All you have to do is file that. But if it's going through an eye, yeah, that's pro right there. Let's see. Oh, some of the Griffin Alkids. Oh, by Winsor Newton. Okay. Well, Luminous. Maybe at some point they'll do STLs. Maybe at some point they'll do STLs, and then you could have a tiny Kathy and a freaking humongous Kathy. You could print that out at 1/10 scale, right? So how you doing there, Tony? Nice to see you again. Everybody, please give YGM monologue and a follow. So, Tony, are you feeling a little bit better? Maybe closer to getting back to the streaming again? And of course, what better way to ease your way back into streaming? One of those kind of 75-hour long streams or something like that. Just several days worth of streaming nonstop, no food breaks or anything. That should nurse you right back to health somehow. Streaming right now. So everybody again, please give Monologuing that follow because Monologuing is streaming right now. See, now that's also that is boss right there. To be streaming and chatting all at the same time. Which means everybody then can give Tony that follow. Because that is the cool thing about Twitch, yes. Well, let me see if I can't get darken that up to basically make that solid for now before we come back in there and then cut some of it away. What about this over here? I'm actually going to make that solid. I don't care because I'm going to come back in there and change some of that. I think that's definitely more interesting this way. So these are Conquest Miniatures. And I'm pretty sure that the Wardhrun are, at least if they're not the newest, I don't know if they came out at the same time as Old Dominion. Alright, now let me see if I can come back in here with... Ooh, that's gonna need a little Terra Rosa. See if a little bit... Okay, I don't want to go too dark with that. But what I want to do is try... As you can see here, we got some of those lights back inside the tattoos. We're going to try and do that here. Let's see how that will... Wait a minute. That was too much thinner. Holy smokes, that would have been a pinline wash. That would have been no bueno. Yeah, look what my hand is on this. Yeah, closer to the back than to the front. Nice and steady. You see any shaky hand or anything like that going on with that brush? Not so much. As in, not at all. Oh, geez, the t-shirt. Holy smokes, still haven't had a chance to get that yet. I guess we'll try and maybe get one of those, well, a couple of those for us tonight. Yeah, okay. We need this. That's what was starting to happen. That was not... It's getting way too much towards the green here, at least in this part of the skin tone here. Is that going to be too late? It could be. Alright, I think we're... So that's, we're going to tone that down. We're just going to grab some of the brown matter here. Oh, yes, the deer, we'll get that out. That's the Titan Forge. That was the Titan Forge sculpt with just a little smidge of non-metallic metals on there. Where did you go? There you are. So there he is. A little fun with the shield, right? A little bit of reflections and that good stuff. And then there's the rest of our deer, and of course there's the base. And some more, there's the metal on the weapon right there. So we can see lots of reflection. Ooh, and there's see the armor on the chest. There's plenty of reflections there. That was a blast. We were using the purple matter. We're using that a lot on here with the Indian yellow. Very fun, of course. I think we'll have to maybe try and do a Lord of the Rings army that has maybe purple matter as part of the core scheme somehow. Now here I want to try to divide this up some more maybe. So it just, yeah, okay, we're not quite sure what all that is. And now we'll do the same over here. I think we can go back to our green though safely. Ah, thanks Recoil. Yeah, that was a lot of fun doing that. There's just something about those really big open surfaces where you can reflect a lot of fun things. Now I do have, I might even try and prep some of the griffins, but here we are. So these Highland Miniatures guys right here, being able to do all of the fun, shiny, reflective type stuff. I would not be surprised if one of those maybe showed up in the class that I was going to do. And where's the rest of those guys? They're around here somewheres. Where did they go? That's not them. That's not them either. Where are they? That's our Highland Miniatures doing a whole bunch of the cav there. I guess maybe I'm going too far down. That's not them either. Boy, they're around here somewhere. There they are. So I think we did 9 or 10 of those, right, as part of the army painting series. Just a wee bit of reflections, right? Just a tiny bit. Gotta reflect that light, gotta reflect those colors. Oh, I'm gonna open this up a little bit too. So, and thanks everybody who has gotten the T-shirts, the Kathy figure again. There's the Sayo Kathy. Now Dark Sword, I mean, they might just do another release of theirs as well. But thanks to everybody that got the Kathy figure from Dark Sword. We appreciate that a lot. Again, that makes a huge difference since I still cannot do the commission stuff. Haven't been able to do any of that since April. So that, as you can imagine, that is a huge force multiplier for us. Doing the things that I just can't do anymore. Oh, let's get some more light green back here. Now, of course, there's just somehow I have to do a battle report. Of course, obviously you can only have these are the elks, right? But it was was it nothing runs like a deer, right? Oh God, I don't. I haven't seen a John Deere advertisement in a very long time. I don't even know if they still use that as part of their ad slogans or not. Yeah, recoil, I couldn't resist doing that. I mean, obviously it sort of emphasizes that point of reflections, right? Now, I don't know if you saw our lovely done lendings, but we also did some reflecting there. Let me see if I can find the ones that I'm actually looking for. Okay, so here we go, yeah. So I think you can see in his helmet, there's actually a flaming village reflected in his helmet there because, well, they're kind of setting fire to Rohan. So yeah, as where I could, I actually have a flaming landscape reflected on their helmets because, reasons. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, and thanks for again making that a nice clean number. It was very untidy and very dirty. Now it's a much cleaner number than it was, so we appreciate that. I think I will let that get just a smidge lighter here. Something like this. And now just do it a little bit of, in some cases, some brushstroke management. Definitely that is the correct spelling for that for sure. So that's just never gonna get old, is it? It's not. It's not for me. Might get old for somebody else, but it's never gonna get old for me. Cause that is, oh boy, just fun to look up there and see that. Oh, is that gonna be too green? If it is, Terra Rosa time. Ah, much better. There we are. That was way too, well, clean. Kind of had to dirty up that color just a little bit there. And maybe a little bit of that back over here too. Bill, so you have a good one, Bill. Hey, Katarina, nice to see you back. Katarina, the one that I always suggest, especially if you're looking to, kind of get into the oils, the color theory and oils, you can't go wrong with those because it's a lot of it is this, doing these color charts here. So you can kind of experiment and then see what the colors are going to look like before you ever put them on the miniature. You also get a chance to see what the consistency is like. See, this is a little bit shinier and it's kind of on the opaque side. This not so shiny. You can almost see which colors are staining, which colors aren't. And that's just kind of at you have the army painter, then you have the dark sword, then you have those color theory and oils. So those might not be the worst place to start. I always recommend that. I know when I send out the email with all the links and such, I always recommend to begin with those color theory and oils. Now some of the newer ones, they also, well, they have miniatures involved with them. I think we've done 20 some odd color theory and oils videos, at least I think so. I could be wrong, but I think so. Alright, what the heck is... maybe I'll just go ahead and use this. The Radiant Violet... might still be too light. Where's my... there. So that's going to make kind of a grayish. It's the Radiant Violet mixed with... I'm going to go more with my gray. Hey, Anabolic. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Huh. Actually, Katarina, there's a couple of other ones. Let's see, there's the color theory and oils, but there's some of the workbench videos that also kind of get into some of the ideas behind the oil paints too. That's another good place to go. Well, Bithran, I hope that you can find. I know that sometimes you kind of bounce around the color schemes in your mind, and sometimes you say, "Well, oh, that would really be neat, but this would be neat too." And but then this one might be a neat one too. It can be really difficult, right, Bithran? Because you just kind of get that idea and you say, "Oh, that could be neat." Ooh, that's could be neat too. So thank you so much, Anabolic. I appreciate that. That is 9 months worth. Thank you so much. Alright, again, we're just getting the lights in. See, it didn't take very much for these claws or talons or whatever really start to take shape. Does not take very much at all. But yeah, I'm just glad you have starting to get to those couple of days where you can just sort of focus in on that and just enjoy it, just have some fun. And the nice thing, Katarina, once you have those color charts made, when it goes to say choosing a color scheme for an army, you could go, all right, I want to do this blue thing with the feathers. Which color just might work for that? Oh, wait a minute. That was actually Severus Blue. So you can see it's a couple of different iterations here mixed with a couple of different lights. Well, you can kind of see right there. Okay, what's maybe involved? Also here, uh, phthalo green, right? You can see the phthalo green mixed with some other colors. Now, before you've ever put it on a miniature, you basically can go, oh, here's what it looks like when it's mixed with this. Here's what it looks like mixed with this other color. And you've got essentially your own little library right there. And I think you might find that kind of handy. Look at that. See how that sharpens those up very nicely? Oh, thanks, Recoil. Boy, I tell you, there was a lot of hard lessons. So many years, so many hard lessons. And, well, that's why I try and do this, so that other people don't have to learn those hard lessons. Right? It takes some of the sting out of it so that it's more fun. Because, I mean, how many times have you heard me say here, if it's not fun, you'll find other things to do. You say, well, there's this other thing I really should be doing. That maybe just aren't painting the miniatures. You want to be able to enjoy the miniatures too. Let me see if this is dull enough here. Yeah, Katarina. It's something that I thought maybe could be useful for people. It was really just about comparing colors side by side, because people would ask, well, what about this red or this green or whatever, this blue? It was only originally meant to just kind of have those direct comparisons. Now, I don't know if I can actually find these here. I have the miniature, but let me see how difficult it'll be to find. I don't know if here we go. So we did a couple of things like this here. Now, so this is one where we did, let me move this out of the way here. So we did the brown matter here, and then we did this, then we did a miniature, then we did the same thing with Terra Rosa, and then we painted a miniature. So this is also one of the color theory and oils videos right here. So sometimes, again, we do the color charts, then we maybe paint a miniature or two or something along the way. And the whole idea is that you get to see the practical application of it and some of the reasons why. So why Terra Rosa? Why not this other thing? And sometimes it has to do with the opacity of it. Sometimes it has to do with, well, it's going to take really long to dry, as opposed to just, oh, this is what the color looks like. I need this shade of red. Well, you might need that shade of red. What you don't need is that shade of red being a real pain to mix other stuff into. So that's also part of the arithmetic there. Hey, Dano, how you doing? So, Dano, those were looking really fabulous, the new scopes, which of course means, guess what? You're going to have to share your Colts 3D. Actually, Dano, have you noticed? Now, I don't know, maybe it's different when you actually have the account on there and you're loading up stuff. I'll try to get to something on Colts 3D, and it starts taking a while, sometimes forever, for that page to load. Is that because somebody maybe is just putting too much stuff or too many objects on one page or something like that? I've been meaning to ask you about that for weeks. But everybody, please give Dano a follow on the Instas. Also, check out Dano's Colts 3D and all the sculpting that Dano does, because Dano's been hard at work sculpting some more stuff. So that's the 54 mil, right, Deuce? I only ever had, believe it or not, the only Inquisitor figure that I ever painted was one that was done by Steve Buttle. So it basically wasn't done by GW Sculptors. I think Kathy did one other Inquisitor figure. Then I know there was somebody had this, was that the Black Templar Space Marine trainee guy or something like that? Oh, so it's 28 mil set. Okay. So we got some of our light here. Throwing that on the whatever this is supposed to be. I don't know if it's supposed to be fur. It's not chainmail. That I do know, but there's some bones in here. Not really sure exactly what they wanted for that. Now I'm gonna head on back over here to the brown matter. We got this stuff over here. Well, that needs a little something. Oh, what the heck? Okay, so we'll make it magenta, because that's a perfect leather color. Yeah, radiant magenta. It's a perfect leather color there. I'm just looking for something that's different than the skin tone on the figure, something that's a little bit different than what's on the Raptor. You should probably get these lighter to it. And of course, the mold line runneth through these, because why not mold lines, right? Oh, the dwarf bust. Yes, Dano, that was really fantastic. So many great textures there, and a really some nice dynamism to it. It's not always easy to get dynamism in a bust, especially a dwarf bust, but Dano was able to get lots of expression in that. So kudos to Dano on the sculpting. Let's see what we want to do over here. I'm going to go back to this. That might be too much, but let's see. Again, look at it is seriously getting to be at the furthest end of the brush here. They're not doing that just to play around. That's not what we're doing that for. I'm actually, well, first of all, how the heck am I supposed to get past all this other stuff and get to this area? If I've got that death grip on the brush, I also want to have as light of a touch on the brush here on the miniature as possible. Not going to do that if I'm doing this. I've seen people's hands turning blue. It's like, man, guys, let up off the brush there. You'll find you don't get tired so easy or as soon. I only know this because people have said, yeah, I did that and darn, I wasn't getting tired so easy. Now, somebody just finished their stream. That would be Layson Paint. Layson, how are you doing? Thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Layson Paint a follow. And of course, Layson, once you get through all the ads and all that kind of stuff, if you want to drop any links to things that you might have been working on your stream or previous streams, because you just finished, please go ahead and do so. Thank you so much, Green Fairy. Appreciate that. Thanks so much. That's 14 months. See, that's the kind of baker's dozen that I like. Why is a baker's dozen only 13? A baker's dozen should be like 20, because that's the kind of I can stand behind that baker's dozen. So again, thank you so much, Layson. And what were you working on? We are working with our oil paints. This is the second figure. We painted this one Friday. Yeah, last Friday we painted up this one from Conquest Miniatures here. This is the Wardhrun Raptor Riders. These are big guys here. I swear this is at least 42 millimeter scale. At least, because these things dwarf even my Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. So again, using traditional artist oil paints here. And we'll just bring out the usuals. Where's my Windsor note? Here we go. So these are two of the brands. Pretty similar in price, similar in quality. They're good solid stuff. I like both of these. Now the third one here, this will set you back more. This is the handmade stuff is for real. That's not just for kicks on the label there. This is really fantastic stuff. It is more expensive than these, but I use these pretty much equally, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. because sometimes one paint or one company has a color that another one may not, or a different version of that color. Yeah, Green Fairy, it's got an interesting different personality to it, right? An interesting personality, but well, there's not a whole lot of other bazillion millimeter scale miniature games out there. It makes it a little bit difficult, doesn't it? So thank you so much, Layson, and of course, again, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know that sometimes folks they skedaddle, they run off, and they do the quick little Instagram or Discord post so they can share what they were just painting. If you want to do the same, that's spectacular. Now what I'm trying to do here is just catch a little more light. There we go. Okay, that just needed to stand out. Do we need to do the same over here? Looks like we already did that over there. Looks like we already did that. I'm also going to try and tidy this eye up just a smidge right there. Okay, there. That's the other little thing we needed to do. Some hussars. When the winged hussars arrived. Do I actually have? Let me see if I actually have one of my hussars here. I could swear I had a winged hussar somewhere. Sadly, I can't seem to find one. Love me some winged hussars. We actually did paint a winged hussar. Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate it. Oops. I guess we know where that's gonna have to go there, Recoil. Because that was the last of the last right there. So thank you so much. Yeah, that's something we're gonna have to do is replenish. Oof. Yeah, we don't want to be shy. We don't be shy on that for future streams, do we? No siree. Now, Layson, was that in 28 mil scale or was that, say, 15 mil scale? Oh, and we were just showing, uh, we'd use the oils too for more than just, obviously we like our fantasy stuff, we do the sci-fi stuff, but of course, really love me some historical, some of my bolt action here. Where's my Italians? Here, there we go. There's the mighty tiger of the desert. He's like, dudes, get me out of here. This thing's a death trap. There's rivets, and there's a bunch of sand in here. Somebody get me out of here, please, before they actually shoot at me. So it was 28 mil scale. So yeah, Layson, if you want to throw some Insta links or Discord, Reddit, Facebook, whatever, wherever you might have your stuff for people to look at, that would be sensational. I'm going to try and get me a couple more lights here. That's a little too much. So we'll cut back on that just a bit. There. I think, I know I painted, is it actually, Layson, were those the typical Perry Brothers sculpts? Because I know I did some, it was, well, sort of post, was it 1818? No, it was some nappies. It was 1813, some French cav. Yeah, so 1813 era. Your typical Perry Brothers stuff. Alright, there, I think we've got a couple of more highlights there on the... Now let me see what I can... This is the same color actually, by the way. Just going to go here on some of our skin tone. Because why not? So again, these are from Conquest Miniatures. You can have these either as part of a skirmish type of game where you just have them on the bases here, or you stick them in the, what's not quite a movement tray, but more like a Song of Ice and Fire thing, where each one of them gets a little square thing, and this is inserted in that square, and now you've got more of a ranks and flanks type of a thing. Some 40k guardsmen with old color schemes. So, Layson, actually, what did you think of the? Was it today or yesterday that they showed some new IG, well, Astra Militarum stuff? Now, well, speaking of old armies and old themes, this is one we haven't seen in quite some time here. Where did they go? Where did they go? Where's my Sisters of Battle? There they are. Wait a minute, I thought I had my sisters here. Where did they go? 1 second here. There they are. Nope, that's not the right Sisters of Battle. There they are. So this is a lot of conversion and a lot of scratch building here. Lots of it. So lots of converted characters. There's a confrontation mini in there. Well, now those are more like 23 years old or 24 years old. Some Void miniatures. There's some IG stuff from Victoria Miniatures. The Exorcist, pretty much had to scratch build that. And oh, there may or may not have been a cathedral as the army board. You can kind of get an idea just how big that is. And yes, there was 40 stained glass windows on there. There's your interior. So there's part of the army. Some statues as objective markers. Now this is the new version, obviously taking the new Sisters of Battle miniatures here. So that's the new Sisters of Battle. We did an army painting series on them a while back. I think it was Army Painting Series 18, something like that. So Hootie, the number one, far and away, I know you'll be totally shocked, is the Middle Earth strategy battle game. I know that surprises you, as in not at all, right? Then after that, I would have to say, what was it? Memoir 44. Memoir 44 is my next one. And then after that, well, I used to play Blood Bowl back in this, so I guess those maybe are the three. So probably something maybe along those lines is what we could go with. Now, of course, I'm really itching to do that War of the Ring board game. I think that's going to be very fun. I need to start watching me some battle reports of that again. A demo of Moonstone. Now, of course, I never got a chance to play Armada. One of these days, we'll get a chance to play some Armada. And hopefully that's going to be a fun thing, and hopefully it's going to be something that I could potentially also maybe do some battle reports on. I do have an Ocean mat, by the way. I think I mentioned in a previous stream, Table War. A bunch of new mats came this way, and one of them was for Armada. So we have to also make some terrain for that too. I think we'll stick with some more natural type terrain and then maybe do some fortresses, because I know they have rules for all that stuff. Boy, Layson, and of course Armored Wolf can attest to this. I thought it was new Sigmar stuff. I thought one of them was Karl Franz. Only because I had to play against Karl Franz with my Lizardmen many times back in the day. So yeah, that's why I thought that guy was Karl Franz, because I ran into him basically every single game. And of course, well, here's just a little taste of some of the Armada stuff. This is our newest fleet that we were painting here. This is what the Northern Alliance here. Might have been a little bit of freehand on those sails. So we'll get some of the smaller ships painted there, and there you go. Now, Hootie, I would have, I guess, Song of Ice and Fire, I did enjoy that. I really enjoyed the off-board stuff. That was extra fun. You don't really, that made it very unique. Some of the card actions also made it unique. And that's something that I want to sort of impart into the Lord of the Rings stuff that I'm doing. That's why I'm doing the board game as part of the campaign. But unfortunately, Song of Ice and Fire, there's, well, nobody, absolutely nobody here that I can play that with. So while we may have a whole bunch of Song of Ice and Fire armies, we'll pretty much never be able to actually play that. Yeah, Deuce, that was, of all the IG stuff, that was the one thing that sort of caught my fancy there. This is the Cavalry channel after all, right, Deuce? So, huge surprise that that caught my interest. And, for folks that, as much as I like painting the Cavalry, it is my favorite unit. It is, that's why my Candish army is basically all cavalry. Even if I was to do a Lizardmen army and I could have those, I would have those. Of course, we have our Dol Amroth, and of course our, there we go, my Royal Guard, obviously. But I also do the same thing with my Easterlings. Gee whiz. Let me scroll back here, see if I can find my Easterlings for you. Well, actually, here's my old Candish army here. Where'd you go? I just saw you there. All right. Nope, there they are. So yeah, my Easterling army was mostly cavalry based. That's about it for the infantry. Most of it was cav. Yeah, really enjoy my cav there. Here's my Candace stuff. So there's some of the chariots that we had back in the day, and of course we have a bunch more now since we can print those up. Oh, look at, there's our horsies, cause horsies, right? Again, it's a cavalry channel. Okay. Hey, Death Company, how you doing? Nice to see you. Hey, Velfair, don't go away till we get you your film noir. Don't go away yet. Now, actually, Death Company, if you have any pictures that you wanted to share of your Raptor Riders there, your Wardhrun stuff. Now, here, Velfair, before you take off, let's see. Was it this side? Yeah, this side here. What this looks like with no color. So I think we have a little bit more shading than we did before, right, Velfera, when we did that initial one. But as you can see here, there is no difference between that blue, that intense blue, and that intense green. Look at here, look at. There is no difference between the green and this. It's all the same value. It's going to look different in value once we add the color back to it. Look at this. So you would swear this was lighter. You would swear maybe this was darker, but it's all the same value. It's all about that color, isn't it? Uh-oh. Oh, gee whiz. That's interesting. Well, you'll have to send me pictures of that. Wow, okay. Uh, I can't wait to see that. And folks on the channel here might be, well, there's a certain book that everybody's wanted to see, and who knows. Deuce, that never gets old. I always like seeing that. Layson, now of course everybody loves Easterlings. Everybody said that my Easterling, basically it was a cataphract heavy army, and it was all like Black Dragon cataphracts. Of course now, well, still nobody uses cavalry. It's just bizarre. And of course, using the drummer, that cavalry can move 15 inches. And if I also do a heroic march, that 15 becomes 18. They are quite literally moving 3 times the speed of infantry. Deuce, my next army after Tomb Kings was supposed to be Bretonnians. It was going to be basically a tainted Bretonnian army. It was going to be all Zinchi, guys with extra arms and Pegasus Knights with all the wings and everything, because they had gone to the Tomb Cities of Susenes and had gone in there and, well, raided those. Speaking of going in and raiding stuff, thank you so much, Sarge. Oof, that's an empty shamrock shake there, Sarge. Thank you so much, Phil Fair, and you have a good one. And thanks, Katerina. Appreciate that. So yeah, Death Company. Oh, here's the other one. And these are from Conquest Miniatures right here. This is Conquest Miniatures, Parabellum War Games. We have one more that we're going to be doing as a tutorial video for the Patreon page. Thank you so much. Wait a minute, let me see. Here, there we go. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Irid. Sorry, I had scrolled up and I couldn't see that anymore. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, so I think we're caught up. Let me. I'm just trying to see if there's anything. I think we're caught up then, right? So Parabellum, they sent me these so that I could paint these up on stream. Thank you so much, Irid. It looks like it is hype train time. That would be a hype train. Where did you go? There you are over here. So it's time for this. He's like, oh, not this again, not this again. Oh, there it is, coming right at you. Look out, look out. Hype train, hype train. Shh. Hype train. There it is. Oh, let's and it does actually. There you go. See, look at that. This, believe it or not, and thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate all the subs, and thank you so much, Deuce. This was actually terrain for my bolt action games, and you can get this, the coal tender, and some track, all for about oh, and a couple of cars. You can get that all for about 20 bucks on Amazon. I think you can still get that. So thank you so much, Deuce. Appreciate that. Now we're trying to get a couple of more darks restored here. So thank you very much, Irid and Deuce. Thank you. Much appreciated. So again, today was a bit of a nasty surprise, so we appreciate anything to kind of change that. Oh, it looks like we have a level 2. Oh gosh, where did that go? Ah, there it is. There it is. All right. Almost forgot here. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is this? What is this? Hype train. Hype train. There it is. Hype train. A little bit different. Little bit different. That's our cookie. That's our cookie train right there. And again, if you want to see the cookie decorating stream where that happened, well, you just have to go back to, it wasn't last year Christmas, it was the year before, because last year we did the Christmas ornaments. Yes, it was a cookie decorating stream here on the channel, and you can catch that just by looking for the highlight. Just look for a thumbnail of Christmas cookies, and you will find that stream. We had a blast with that for sure. So thanks to everybody for all the bitses and cheers and the subs that made that hype train. Much appreciated. Hey, M-Tellies, are you back now? Or are you waiting at the airport there for Landrest? I'm thinking maybe he's already got you, and maybe you're already back. So everybody, also please give M-Tellies a follow, because M-Tellies obviously was away rocking the MetaZoo again. Also still at the airport. Okay. Now hopefully the rest of the way there is not too much of a pain. And again, everybody please check out M-Toys. Also give Erican Wife a follow too. Alright, we're just gonna rebuild a couple of darks in here. There we go. Now I'm going to zoom back in here again so you can see there. Ah, that must have been really, that had to be pretty wild to see the MetaZoo witch trials there. Now that we're going to try and basically painting some shape here. Not really a whole lot to actually paint. So Sarge, if you wanted to share the Space Marines that you've been basing there, I hope that those are as much fun to paint as they were basing them. I know I was saying that just last night, the other day, or whatever. But I hope you have a blast painting those guys. Thank you. Hey, thanks, Arid. Well, again, we're gonna. This is literally the last of what's here in the house. We have to go secure some more of that. That's pretty much the last of it there. I think I might. Wait. At least I have. At least I have this. So we'll put that in there. So we at least have something. There. Okay. We'll just throw some of that in there. At least we got something now. Hey, Grim. How the heck are you doing? So, Grim, it was very interesting. So this was, I was still painting on this Sunday night. A few hours later, I painted this entirely with the fast mats. This is still completely wet. This was mostly dry. So the fast mat, now of course I was using slow drying stuff like phthalo, the diazonine, the quinacridone. So, I mean, those don't dry fast. But yeah, so much for the alkyds, Grim. Now I just got into the Landress mobile. So Grim, when you see the post, it was a new Dark Sword video. I'll be editing and rendering that tonight. So when you see that thing posted to the Patreon page, it's gonna be under the heading of "Not So Fast," because of course I couldn't resist that. Yeah, they weren't terribly matte either. Now again, who knows? It could be that I was, when you first open up a tube and there's a lot of linseed oil and other, filler and junk there. So maybe there just weren't a lot of alkyds there, and maybe I just need to go further down the tube or something like that. I don't know. So thanks so much, Deuce. Oh, we got one last final. There you are. He's like, I can fight this train. I can fight it. It's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. There it is. There it is. Coming right at you. Boom. There it is. Hype train. Thank you so much. So yeah, the only reason I got those again was they were on super sale, and they were never really meant for Patreon videos. They were just kind of meant for emergency circumstances where maybe, okay, I could paint something and then it would be dry in a tight period of time. But again, this thing dried in a matter of hours with nothing, right? Just nothing but the fairy dust of the radiance. So there were no radiance used in that other video. So Armored Wolf has 1,000,000 chat points. I'm trying to think. Well, actually, well, that'd be one or two Book of Wappo readings right there with the 1,000,000 chat points, right, Armored Wolf? Actually, I wonder, Armored Wolf, can you do an emote for chat points? I don't know. Can you make like a special emote or something like that? I'm not quite sure if you can, but I wish. Well, no, I think you would probably get in trouble. That little video clip of the $1,000,000. You can get 500,000 chat points for 1,000,000 chat points. So yeah, it was something to play around with, see if it might work. And of course, Grim, if you wanted to post your YouTube channel there with some of those intro to oils videos. Sorry I didn't ask you right away. Hey, D Marino, look at this. Look at this. Well, there's another one. There is another one. Here it is. So we've actually done two of these here. There's a couple of them. And we also we did a unit of mounted squires. Again, look at the size of this here. That there's no way this is 38 millimeter. Okay, that's 28. Even that's 25. This is still twice the size of it. So I'm going to say that is nothing less than 42 to 45 millimeter scale right there. Yeah, there's no way this is 38 mil. Not even in Imperial units. Now here, Armored Wolf. I guess. Oh, there. Well, there you go. That could work because there's probably some folks that they may not be at a mil, but they might be at a couple 100,000 by now. So even if it's 25, those Conquest Minis are at least double the size. So D-Marine, as soon as I saw you there, I was like, oh, look at this. We finally have something super special to show DiMarino there. So DiMarino, I hope that you had a decent Halloween and everything is going okay there. Well, or really good. I mean, didn't have to just be okay. Hopefully it's also going well. There we go. Because, well, there's a lot of things that claim to be 28 mil, and of course, they are definitely bigger than that. Now, of course, Dark Sword is supposed to be 28, but sometimes, and this is about Lord of the Rings scale, but then some of the other Dark Sword figures are definitely taller than that. And even some Lord of the Rings fit. Now, of course, see, I'm pretty much convinced that the Song of Ice and Fire stuff is at least 32, if not 35 mil. Now, so Deemer, I got one more of these here that I'll be painting. I'll be doing that as a tutorial video. So that should be very interesting. And I still have there's a unit of knights. What is that, 100 Kingdoms, right? I have a unit of knights. I'll try and get those prepped up, and I'm sure those will also be fun to paint. I said a bowl of candy. Now, well, DiMarino. We've been talking here about the dad tax, and obviously, kids need to know that not just the value of a dollar, but to know how much of it's going to be taken away from them later on in life. So you also need to institute a dad tax and just kind of say, all right, well, this amount of your candy stash goes to me. And we were thinking of a dad taxation rate of around 90% or so. Sounds about fair. So DiMarino, how long did it take for the bowl to get empty? And were there any enterprising or more brave souls that were willing to endure the screams to get that candy? There are a couple little lights up here again on the, well, this strapping stuff here. Whatever, they really like doing that. And of course, they do it in a place with maximum mold lines. That always is that way. Well, unless you're 3D printing it, of course. I don't think there was all that many people here. Again, while we were away for part of it again. All right, well, there's a couple extra little lights here. And I might have to come back and throw in another dark to sharpen that. Also, this thing here too, I can't quite figure out what it is they wanted to do right in that area there. So they just laughed, grabbed a bunch, and ran off. Yeah, we also talked about how we used to do our walks around the neighborhood for a few days after Halloween, you would see candy laying there on the ground. It was almost like somebody must have either had a hole in their bag or something, or you just were finding out, well, people didn't really like this or that candy because it was laying all over the ground. So back to the nappies, but this time to 18 mil. Okay. And actually, Bithron, I've got to try and figure out what size base the Bjornings go on when they've transformed into a bear. Now, those are from the new Defense of the North book. Well, I'm just going to keep calling it War in the North book. But yeah, when the Bjornings transform into their bear form, I don't know if it's a 60 millimeter round base or if it's an oval base. It's been hard to tell. Because unfortunately, I was looking at the Forge World site. I can't even find the Dragon Emperor around there. I just wish they made it a little bit easier to find. They have a tendency to hide that for some reason. I really don't know why they would want to make it more difficult for you to find that info, but they kind of do. Or a couple final lights out, whatever the heck this stuff is supposed to be. Yeah, unfortunately, they never say what size bases you're supposed to use. That's something you just have to kind of Google separate sites. It's a little bit weird. I don't know why they would do that. You'd think they would want you to know. I don't know if they think they're stopping third-party manufacturers or something by doing that. They're really not. Can I go a little later? Yeah, yes, I can. Because why not? So it is a 60. Okay. That 60 was definitely bigger than I was expecting. I saw somebody was using a couple of the Bjornings in a battle report, and I said, that's got to be a 60. Sure enough, guess I was right about that. I only ask because I have some... I think one of them is Diwali, but I have a couple of companies with the bears. So I thought, well, why not just print out a couple of those, slap them on some 60s, and now we've got some Bjornings. Because I know some of them have also done the Bjornings. I think it was maybe Diwali. Did the Bjornings as I think they also did a bear. Now, what I want to do here is Rosa. Maybe some of that. Let me get a little. Whoops. I said a little, not that much green in there. That might be too dark. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to take this again. Lighten that up a smidge more. There we go. So there's just a couple of, see here, that edge is a little too hard. Might even lighten that up a little more. It's sort of a semi dry brush there. Tone this down also. There we go. So look at those, just the edges on those were kind of hard edges. There, tone that down. Let's see if I can throw a couple more lights over here on this. Oh, and everybody please give Grim Nation a follow. So Grim, I know it's not that long now before we start up the streaming again. So hopefully that goes really well. So everybody, please give Grim Nation Hobbies a follow on the Twitches there, as Grim will be streaming the oils. There was something else that I got. Oh, here it is. What was this, Mayerme or something like that? I know people had asked me about this, so um, whatever. I think it was kind of on sale as well. So a couple of weeks from now, and here's the Mars Black that we were or Mars Red, sorry. So you can see very opaque and very matte. We're going to compare that to things like their Terra Rosa, and this one here, I think of the Pigment Red 102. And again, we'll be doing another set of tutorial videos on skin tones. So that wasn't a Terra Verte. We'll find out. I think people had asked me about the Mayerme paints or something like that. So I tried to find one that maybe was different from all the other things that I might have had. We'll test that one out too at some point. But the Mars Red, I just thought, well, we have the Mars Black from Williamsburg, and I thought, well, it's been a while since we did a skin tone video, and we'll try using that Mars Red in addition to some of the other ones. Oh, by the way, these are 3D printed plants from Make It Epic Basing. And of course, we will be adding all of our flock and foliage and grass tufts and such to these bases. Actually, Grim, I was thinking that I want to try the Terra Verte again, just because maybe, knowing what we know now, there might be able to find an actual use for it. Now that we know it's no good for staining or anything like that, who knows? Maybe it can almost be like a cobalt color, where that was actually kind of well suited for things like glazing. So who knows? Maybe we can do something like that. So thanks, Bithron. Appreciate that. Alright, there we go. Though we didn't quite get any light here on that leaf. Again, just some nifty jungle style foliage printed up from Make It Epic Basing. There we go. If everybody could please check out Dean Marino's link, they're posted in the Discord. Please go check that out. So Dean Marino, I hope. But now, was there? Were you gonna be doing sort of a campaign base game, or are you just looking to do some one-offs there? I was wondering if by doing the 1/18 scale, if that also kind of made it even more viable to do some sort of a campaign type of thing with. Let me see. Okay, there. I'm trying to get a little bit lighter here on the back of some of these plants. Just taking a big old brush here. Now, of course, it's not really mixing with the pre-glaze because that pre-glaze is already dry. Alright, thank you so much, Lamines. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And like I said, I'll shoot you a message there, and you can let me know what you think of the theories there. Okay, we'll lighten this up to a little bit more. It's nice and easy to do that as a little bit of a dry brush here, because it's really tough to get the brush into some of these areas to do that kind of traditional type of layering and blending and all that stuff that people typically do. Don't have to deal with that here. It blends itself so much easier. Hey, Lady B, how you doing? Hope that you had yourself a fun Halloween, or at least a decent Halloween. See if I can throw a little bit light here on that skin tone. Not so much there because that is in shadow. Yeah, I guess you just kind of, once you start with them, you just have to kind of, well, keep on going and then adding more and then adding more and then adding more. Now, let me see if I could do some tattoo stuff maybe on the arm over here. Pretty much just going with that perline black, right? Yeah, the perline black here. That's what we used on all the other tattoo areas. Also, too, just a little bit of a rough area here that I thought if I do this, now we completely cover that over and it looks like it belongs here. So this shape in here. And now let's play a little, not necessarily connect the dots, but we'll just build off of that. So Lady B, I hope that you're doing well. Have this go also kind of the same direction. Again, start to build on that line, and there it might have to go straight through. Some muscle lines. Trying to make these look a little bit more angular also. Not quite like our elves with the very organic curves. Now, you know what? Maybe we'll try to fill this in with something here. Just fill that in with some kind of a design and then another design on top of it here. Once again, that kind of masks any kind of weirdness there. But now people just say, oh, look at that nifty tattoo. Not, oh, wait a minute, they just did that to try and hide a mold line. Alright, let me go this way here. And of course, if it's something that I just don't like, I can always change that around. So not really a fan of that at all. So we're going to make a change there. And yeah, we'll just change that back to what we had before. Now maybe a little bit more of a lighter greenish skin tone there. And some over there. I'm just going to drop some of this thinner on to the fast matte white. Like you do. Well, I guess we can get a little more light on that than I thought we were going to be able to. I didn't think we could. What about up here? Yeah. Getting big old mold line running through that. So let's see if we can work around this. Actually, DeMarino, when's the last time that you actually painted up some Conquest miniatures yourself. Because we certainly learned some lessons when it came to the assembly of these things. I know you had talked about it too when you were last here, that there's can be hard to tell, oh, that's an extra part. They don't list things as being extra parts or optional parts. Not necessarily clear with that on the instructions. Painted 100 Kingdoms Night out there on the desk. I know there's basically the kind of a Byzantine sort of a faction, right? That's the not 100 Kingdoms, it's Old Dominion, that's it. That's what I'm thinking of. Hey, Silent by Design, how you doing? I hope that you had yourself a decent Halloween or a really good one. And everybody, please give Silent by Design a follow. So, Silent by Design, I don't know if you wanted to share anything in the chat, stuff that you might have been working on your streams. But again, everybody, please give Silent by Design that follow. And of course, nice to see you as always. Painting up some Conquest miniatures. It's actually the second one that we're working on here. Is the one we did on, this is last Friday. Yeah, this was our Friday stream here. And then trying a little different color scheme here. And we have a third color scheme that we're going to be doing. And we'll be doing a tutorial video of that. It's going to have some bright reds in it, that's for sure. So bright reds, I think we'll definitely employ the Naphtho red, probably the Gamlin one, not the Richardson one. Because that'll have some of that staining property to it. Through the NIDS and then on to some Old Dominion. Now they've got I think they also have some Cav. They're the ones that have. Oh yeah, they do, because they were the. Basically, they call them cataphracts. I'm pretty sure. But I like that darker stuff, but I think I'm just gonna have to bring in some Terra Rosa here. Oh, that's a little too much brilliant yellow pale just right now. Well, that's very cool. Everybody, please check out the link by Silent by Design. And then also, again, give Silent by Design a follow. Silent by Design does the streaming stuff. And actually, Silent by Design, if you have kind of your regular stream times that you're on, and you want to put those into the chat, maybe when your next stream might be. Again, I'm going to try and get a little more light there. What about down here? So that should be really fun there, Artemichael. Now just have to look around to see what we can find for some additional Conquest stuff. I think we'll maybe sort of focus on the Wardhrun so that we could maybe do something that might be an actual army at some point down the line. Here we go. Back in this, I might also take some of our greens and try and get that to sneak some of that into our skin tones out here. Now, every Saturday at 8 p.m. Pacific time. So Red Smurf, as far as Adepticon goes, we always kind of say it's tempting to really pile up on things like classes and events and everything. But it's almost better to pick out just some things that you really, really, really want to do and do those instead of trying to do all the classes and just, well, being stuck in classrooms all day, every day. And at a certain point, you just don't remember anything, anyways. So that's one thing you don't want to do. And even when it comes to tournaments, you can overschedule those too. Because as someone who did on a routine basis, it was the 40K championships, the fantasy, and then also I did a fantasy team tournament all in the same Adepticon. That was a wee bit much. Now, Lady B, I'm glad that you have somewhere to get back to your basing. Because, well, we love basing here. And there's so many tools now that make it just so incredibly easy. So unbelievably easy. Get a little bit of the brown matter into this. Again, I don't want to leave that completely devoid of anything here. See if we can lighten this up just a bit. Yeah, Red Smurf, that's definitely a wise idea there. Just the one class, because after a while it all just starts to blend together. It all just starts to blend together. Now, again, there might just be some Book of Wapple stuff instead of just only on the screens where I read it off. There might be some actual Book of Wapple, possibly stickers. I don't know. I'm not saying. I'm just saying there might be some of that. And that who knows? Maybe there's someone's got 500,000 or more chat points there. I can say, wait a minute, I'll redeem those for some Book of Wapple that you can take with you wherever you go. Alright, well, DiMarino, you have a good night there. Great to see you on stream again. Hope, again, you were able to get some fun entertainment out of the kids there. Some very fun entertainment, and we'll see you later. Now, looks like Arda Michael just finished a super secret Halloween project. Everybody, please check out the link that Arda Michael just posted. So yeah, Lady B, I know we were talking about various ways. There's things with the air filtration stuff and some fans and stuff that I know that the hubby is super sensitive to all that, but there's definitely ways to trap and remove some of that stuff. Just gonna do a little bit of tap there to. Okay, that's more than I wanted right there. Well, there we go. Just gonna tone that down a little bit. We'll do the same over here. Just let that all mix together. That works. I might still, yeah, I'm going to try and get some lighter colors on the foot over here. It's really more of a mid-tone if anything. Much more of a mid-tone here. Because even these on the ends of his claws there, those are really just, for the most part, mid-tones. They're not super bright highlights. Speaking of which, I'm going to actually try and get some of that mid-tone over here on his hands, and then blending brush. Pretty much all I had back there was just pre-glaze, and that's about it. Anything lighter here? I also don't want to lose just a tiniest hint of some green out there, and that's coming from here. Once again, I'm going to try and tone down some of the lights. There we go. I mean, I could go one level lighter back here. Bring in some of the Turo Rosa. And the nifty thing is I can just take my blending brush. If I feel that's too light, whatever, I'll just grab the blending brush and we'll tone that down. Alright, what else is happening here? Throw that blending brush. And it starts to blend in with our green. There's also there's a lot of demo games, I think, too, Red Smurf. So, and also too, Red Smurf, be sure to give yourself plenty of time to peruse the vendor hall. That's just I never get to do that at Adepticon. It's the thing that I would love to get more time to do, because if you want to see new stuff, I get brand new things. There's a lot of brand new games that are, or miniatures or whatever, that are premiered at Adepticon. So that's another thing you also want to save some time for, is for seeing some of that new stuff. Believe me, there's going to be no shortage of things for you to do there. As I just considering how much lighter do I want this to be on the tops of his foot. It's all very much in shadow, so we can't go too overboard with this. May just have to stop there. Now there's some more, again, sort of a lighter thing here. We're gonna put some of that here. Take that blending brush, tone that down. So I know there's also outside the vendor hall too, you've got companies again doing demo stuff of their games. Now, I know that a lot of the historical stuff that takes place at a different hotel. I know that was the weird thing about the Warlord folks. They didn't really get a chance to see them very much because, well, basically off in another building. Now this is still not white here, anything like that. Now let me see if I can move up just a bit here. Okay, here. And I might go back in with some of the phthalo green. I think we're gonna, yeah, there's some lights we could get in there. Try and put some of those in here. Under there, and then also too, this needs, I think we're just gonna try and put some lights there on that tail. I guess I'll just start out with the radiant turquoise here, see what happens with that. Ah, there we go. Okay. And then some of the brilliant yellow pale, which will lighten it. Also, kind of give it a bit of a greenish look. Might have been thinned down a little too much. Let's see if that making that a little thicker is going to be better. Now, let me see what we can do here. Gotta find the best way of sticking my finger on this. Ah, there we go. That is more the kind of light that I wanted to see back here. Maybe not as much. We'll turn it, throttle it back just a smidge here. Radiant turquoise and the Severus blue. Right along here. So yeah, that is a little less pronounced than what we had before. And I can go back again to get the very lightest lights on here. I came back in doing some of the darker stuff. Yeah, it's about one shade lighter from this. Now, here, let me grab my blending brush and deal with that. Alright, back to the, once again, something a little bit lighter here. Not absolutely everywhere, just a couple of strategic spots. And of course, if you want to spend 30 hours painting this guy, it's all up to you. You spend 30 hours painting this guy. You could even just come back to it after a while. You paint it, maybe, well, especially if you're going to be using it in games, and I talk about this all the time on the Army Painter tutorial series. Maybe play with it a couple times, and then if you feel like you want to invest more time in painting it, well, then you go ahead and do that. Now here, let's see that is there's so much of the lighter color in there, it's hard to see the blue in it. So I'm going to go back to the Severus blue slash radiant turquoise mix. Now out here, maybe that we can use this. Yep, that is just bright enough in a few of these areas here to make some of that stand out. Again, look, my hand is on that brush. It is so close to the back of the brush, nowhere near the front of the brush. Thank you so much for that raid. Now, do we have Rad? We have Darling Creepshow and Rad Truth. Nice to see you back as well. Darling Creepshow, thank you so much for that. Well, it's very appropriate on Halloween to get a raid from Darling Creepshow. So everybody, please, again, give Darling Creepshow a follow. Thank you so much, Insomnia Night. I appreciate that. So does Gandalf. Says, don't ask. The other guy was telling me you wanted to go out on a bridge. He's like, yeah, it's right over there. He's like, that looks really narrow. It's like, oh, it'll be great. You'll love it. It's like, he told me there was a Balrog on the other side of it. It's like, no, Balrog, Schmalrog. There's no Balrog over there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So, Darling Creepshow, I hope that you're doing well. And of course, Darling Creepshow, if you want to share anything that you were doing in the chat, that would be fantastic. We are painting some Conquest Miniatures. Here's one that we painted on the Friday stream last week. So this was Friday. You can see a little different color scheme on each one of these. This one's got the turquoises, the blues, and that sort of stuff, and a little bit of a different skin tone also on our Raptor. The bases are bulletin board cork and Make It Epic basing bits. We'll be putting more flock and foliage on those once they are all dry. Again, working with traditional artist oils here. Hey, Valendar, how the heck are you doing? Everybody, also please give Valendar the Red a follow too while you're at it. And again, Darling Creepshow 2. And Paintwater Smiley, how you doing? Also, everybody, please give Paintwater Smiley a follow. So, Valendar, Smiley, if you guys want to post links of some of your recent painted stuff there in the chat, I'm sure that'll be just a blast. These Conquest Miniatures, my goodness, these things, these are ginormous, that's for sure. And again, we'll just break out our Gandalf on Shadowfax here. It's darn near twice the size. I'm talking about the rider being as tall as Gandalf and horse combined, if not taller. So, Valentine, I hope that you're doing well. And again, Smiley, if you want to also share links in the chat there, I'm sure that would be fantastic. People get a kick out of seeing that. There's our little bits of... I know that we're missing that. We did it kind of on the other side. Hadn't done that on this side yet, and I think that also helps. So I guess I forget what it is that if there's a raid and stuff to actually be counted and on the person's stream, I guess you have to refresh or something like that. I forget what the heck it is. I forget what it is. But thank you so much for that raid. Here, I'm going to keep going with a couple more lights down here. Also see it sharpens up some of those edges just a smidge more. Yeah, Valendar, those definitely could be somewhat handy things, couldn't they? For sure. So everybody, please check out the link that Valendar posted with some very nifty painted miniatures. Alright, let me see. Do I... Well, we can make this lighter. Question is that going to do... Well, I think that is not too bad here. Let me alter the shape of that brush stroke with another brush, just a dry brush that has no paint on it. We call that, usually just refer to it as a blending brush. It has no actual paint on it. And of course with the oils, typically we are working wet into wet. Yeah, I feel like I got the brighter stuff in here now. Doji, nice to see ya. So Doji, I did that video we were talking about. What was weird, now there's some possibilities of why, but this thing is actually still wet. This is the fast matte and nothing but the fast matte. No fast matte here except fast matte white. This was painted before this only by a few hours. This is basically totally wet, and this is almost totally dry. It's just bizarre. It's really weird. Thanks, Doji. So, and it's can't wait to do the red one. So we'll do that party scheme color scheme with the red and then the kind of ultramarine blue over the rest of it. All right, so Grim, you have yourself a good one. And again, everybody, please also give Grim Nation Hobbies a follow, because Grim will be starting to stream in a few weeks. And Grim also has that YouTube channel with the various tutorials there, kind of taking you through some of those starting points of the oils there. So have yourself a good night there, Grim. Alright, a little bit of lights on the end of the chicken here. Just don't call me a chicken. They're gonna want to eat me. I mean, any bird's gonna get nervous around here, I guess, on Thanksgiving, except maybe for Gua here, because he's just he's an angry bird. And I think most folks know why he's an angry bird. You would be too if some old man just decided to jump on your back every couple thousand years, just like you're his personal Uber service. I'm gonna look at my other one here. So how light did we get on those plants? Again, these are 3D printed from Make It Epic basing. All right, back to my turquoise here. Few of these feathers. Now I'm gonna come back the other way. Phthalo green. Perhaps even a little bit of the, yeah, let's do the pearline black. That's our really dark green and phthalo green. Now let's tighten up a couple of these edges here. Now again, if I'm doing this, you can see I can't even reach the miniature, but here, away from the ferrule, and I can actually get the brush where I need to be able to reach the figure, but you can see very much under control, right? Able to put that where we need it to go. I think I'll do some of the same over here. Like there. I think this said we maybe had gotten a little bit more of that already. And that's maybe not so much. There were some darker edges in here that that's the other one. That one had kind of gotten lost. I don't know how much darker we're going to go on this, but I think it would like some of this green to get out onto the, well, for lack of a better term, skin tone out here. Darken that. And here too, sharpen up some edges. Never a bad thing. Now here, of course, we had mold lines come through here. So essentially I'm just going to redraw some of those. Now this is an area where I remember we were sort of dragging the feather texture in there. There wasn't really any feathers there, but we kind of dragged those in there anyway. And I'm also, I think, going to throw in a little more of my pattern down there. Again, just some very simple freehand tattoo-ish type designs. Ah, that sounds, those are, gotta feed the hobbits is right, Doji. That sounds very delicious there. Well, let's see, it's only 12:03 here, so it's not exactly 11Z's there. Now, I know you guys did do the daylight savings thing already, right? Yeah, Doji and, Doji too. Yeah, you can, I think you can save your pennies there. I don't think you need to, well, try and rush out and get what's left of those Fastmac colors. Now, there's a couple of theories I had as to why those didn't dry. One of them could be that I had just opened up the tubes, and maybe there was uh, some of the kind of linseed oil that sometimes comes out of a tube that you haven't opened before, and those maybe have been sitting on a shelf for a while or something like that. It's only 6 o'clock there right now. It's only midnight here. So you have yourself a good one. Alright, now I'm going to darken this up, and then I'm going to see if I can't maybe lighten the edge of this up a smidge. But I don't want to lose the intensity of that color. Let me see if I can grab a little bit of this and the phthalo. Nope, I still need a little bit of the Indian yellow to warm that up some more. Oh, that's too much. Back to the phthalo green. That might just be where we need it to be here. Right about here. There we go. A little more right there. So yeah, for Armored Wolf, it's still not even November yet. I'm pretty sure when we were doing our New Year's Eve thing, we were painting our little tiny Earth globe ornament there, that Armored Wolf was pretty much the last person that we ended up doing the New Year's celebration for. Obviously, I guess, well, no, Stila was already, it was already 2022 for Stila, but I'm pretty sure that was the last of all of the New Year's celebrations that we did. I'm going to get closer to that, yeah, a little bit darker here. Okay, that's... Don't want to go too light on that edge. Some more here. There. So again, I hope everybody had themselves a decent Halloween or something really fun. You know, I'm actually gonna see if I can't carry some of the tattoos further down. If I don't like it, once again, I'll just change it back to what it was. It's gonna go right here. You also don't want to make it look like when you have something, say like these wrappings and fur things, you also don't want to make it look like the tattoo suddenly just avoids that area and just kind of stops short of it. That always looks a little bit odd in terms of composition. Suppose if I did a little more thinner here, it's gonna be tough to reach. But what I'd like to do is have one bit of this that comes from here, goes up there, almost like it's gonna connect. So that's gonna come here, and then a little bit of a shape on the end of that. So you can see we built that. We did one shape, and then we just started building on either side of that some more shapes. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the Patreon link there. Yeah, we just did a brand new video. I was filming that yesterday. Now, it's another experiment. It's also another Dark Sword video, because we love our Dark Sword stuff. We will be painting the third and final figure from this unit as a Patreon video also. And of course, we did a gap filling video and also a basing video. on these figures and another unit was at the mounted squares, all from Conquest. That was also another Patreon video. So the new video from last night, again, once I'm done here, we're going to get that edited and get that start on with the rendering process going. Okay. Now there will be a bit of an interruption in the streaming schedule, I have to say. Almost forgot, because this Friday and Saturday I have to do those classes, and those start at 10 p.m. Central. So depending, I mean, maybe I'll try and do a quick stream afterwards or something like that. But they won't be starting any sooner than midnight Central. Which, I mean, given the fact that even the stream we did Saturday started basically 1 o'clock in the morning, who knows? I might even just be finishing off the miniatures that I started painting in those classes. Kind of like this one here, where I was sort of basically a little bit of a live class that I was doing on the More Than Dice podcast. Now there's something a little bit more plushy than a big chicken. It's like, I'm not a chicken. This is gonna be plushy. Thank you so much for the raid, Plushy. Appreciate that. Arcos Rent, thank you so much for that follow. And along comes Gandalf and he says, okay, seriously, I am riding the King of Horses here, but why is everything we run across, it's like it's bigger than you? He's like, dude, it's not my fault. It's blame Morgoth. Thank you so much, Plushy. Appreciate the raid. Hey, basically, Tabletop, how you doing? Nice to see you. And Plushy, if you want to post links to Mortarion, because you're still working on Mortarion, right? Yeah, if you want to throw some links to Mortarion, I don't know if you have a new-ish Insta post of him, but if you want to post an older-ish Insta post of him. So at some point, Plushy, I'm going to have to paint a unicorn miniature. Of course, I mean, this is it's not quite the same, but we got to paint a unicorn so that, of course, when Charlie comes along, Charlie can be more represented. So the final picks up in the coming days. So he is done. So everybody, please give Art Plushy a follow. I hope things are going good. Oh, and I hope you had yourself a decent day today too, and also a good stream. So basically, tabletop were they plushy performances? Yeah. Listen to me try to say that once slow. Sure as heck I'm not going to say that 10 times fast. Because I know that there's usually, sometimes there's a whole spate of plushy performances that happen. Well, and then of course every so often, the doggo never distracts. Yeah, doggo never distracts at all. That never happens. So again, hey everybody, please give Plushy that follow. And like I said, I hope everything is going well. I'm just painting a couple of these Conquest Raptor Riders. Here's the one that we did on the Friday stream. Yeah, this was our Friday stream right here. Boom, there he is. Or he and she, or she and she, not quite sure. Could be either way. And well, we did see some tattoo stuff here on the legs. Might do a little bit more there. We even had the tattoo on the face. We got one more of these. We will be doing a different color scheme. Should be very fun. So actually, phthalo green, believe it or not. The green here and the green there, at their heart, they have phthalo green. Here we added some very bright yellow. This one here, we kind of left it be, or maybe added some just some light turquoise to it to keep it much cooler. Well, actually, here's that same turquoise here. So yeah, let's bring that one out. You can kind of see it there. Yeah, you can kind of see it in the skin tone there. That same turquoise. So we've all been talking about you know what percentage of Halloween candy needs to be confiscated for safekeeping by the adults. It's kind of a taxation thing. It's the it's the adult I'm bigger than you tax, so I get some of that candy racket or sibling, either way. Ah, the doggo did get some cookies. Yeah, I thought so. It's not like that never happens, right? Doggo never sticks his nose in front of the brush. I still I don't know how many times the dog maybe almost ended up getting covered in contrast paints because the because doggo maybe got a little bit closer to the painting area suddenly without warning. There needs to be an early warning dog system. All right, yeah, we are going to use just a touch of the yellowish green out here. Again, not too much. Boy, these Conquest figs. Interesting. I always compare it to the 3D printed stuff. It's so funny because I mean we could be printing stuff a lot bigger with the 3D printing. I think I did actually print out just a RN Studio Sauron figure because we still don't have a Sauron yet. But I just did the RNS Studios one. It's not quite the as dramatic as say that maybe the GW one is, but well, I have to find the GW one first to be able to put that thing together. And of course, we wanted to make a diorama out of it with a painted backdrop. Something along the lines of what we did here with Galadriel versus the Necromancer. So some kind of a painted backdrop and oh, I think we'll definitely do some Mordor in the background, of course. I might even, let me see. Is that too bright of a yellowish green? I don't think so. Maybe it is. Not a problem. We're just going to take a little bit of a blending brush here and we're just going to tone that down. Blue Spins, how you doing? Nice to see you. How does about we get back to our scene? There we go. It's like, what the heck is going on there? It's supposed to go back to that. So Blue Spins, I hope that you had yourself a good Halloween. Now, along the edges here, that's where we were taking some of the liquid, basically liquid green stuff from green stuff. Well, it's not like the GW liquid green stuff. It actually stays it stays good in the container, not like the stuff that just would dry up in the GW containers. Not even sure if they still sell that stuff. Now, as I'm looking over here, see, that is sort of in shadows. I don't know if we can really go too bonkers here. Trying to lighten up those greens. Now, here, I'm looking at this. That's starting to look a little peaked, so see if we can maybe drop a few lights back here. That's a little too late, actually. I didn't think that was going to be too late. Wow. Well, that's that just shows you how easy it is to get very nice rich darks with the oils. And these again are they're painted with traditional artist oils. Not throwing a whole bunch of paint on here. We use a really high quality odorless thinner. Don't need very much of it. Seriously, this is it. That's like a couple of days worth of thinner right there. To clean the brushes, just use this. Oh look, you can also use it for dried acrylic. Not hazardous, no vapors. Don't want to necessarily drink it, but it's not terribly expensive and does a good job of cleaning out your brushes. Actually, we'll do yeah, we'll do. There you go. Why don't you go all 1970s or something like that, or it was 1970s with the plastic coating on the furniture. Either that or a super duper Scotch guard, right? I guess that could work. That would require some super Scotch guard. Or just put the plastic stuff on there and have people think that maybe somebody in the chair has a little bit of a constitution problem there. But then it's all in the name of the hobby, so it's well worth the sacrifice. I think that's it, because we did some modification with the stuff down here. Maybe made some of that later. I think we might just be doing some of the same thing over here on these feathers, but not too late. Once again, we're going to go back over here. Okay, look what my hand is on the brush. Way back here. None of this crushing the brush stuff over here. None of that. Because people wonder why I just look at that. See that brush shaky? No, no shaky at all, right? We're able to get tons of tiny little detail here, even though we don't have our hand crushing the ferrule of the brush. Also able to get a nice light brush stroke. Really hard to do it if you're practically snapping that brush in half. And like I said before a couple times, you'll be way less tired. Deuce, well, there you go. So Deuce, well, there you go. You have to get, we'll have to do Book of Wapple. Now that the Book of Wapple stickers exist, we'll have to do Book of Wapple patches. And then you could put those on your elbows. And then you'll always be reminded of the Book of Wapple every time you put on your fabulous, that proverbial kind of librarian type coat. Yeah, you know, actually, Deuce, I had wanted to take the old kind of stereo that Kathy was going to be moving out in favor of all that Echo Dot type stuff. And that was supposed to go down in my basement area that I was trying to construct. Now, let me see. Let's go back to, where's that phthalo green? Alright. See, I don't want to go too light with it. If I do, I'm going to lose a lot of shape. So we have to be kind of judicious with this here. I'm going to put a little bit in there, but not too much. Now, once again, how in the world am I ever supposed to reach this with that death grip on the brush? See here, I can actually get at all this stuff. And even then, it's kind of, it's tricksy. It's still a little bit difficult to get down in there. Do we need more? Yeah, let's... Gonna see about a little bit there. Oh, and also maybe up here too. I don't want to, again, do too much there. On the top of his head. How light is that looking there? Oh, that's pretty darn light. Wow. It just amazes me at how easy it is to get some very strong, rich darks with the oils. Is this okay? I don't know. Maybe we'll go slightly lighter here. Just along a couple of these edges on these feathers. So if those are, yeah, they're not too dark. I also, the other thing too is that while we're using yellow to lighten those, would essentially cease to be green anymore and start to be yellow. Is this dark enough? Sort of. This is going to go out here onto the skin color. Can't believe that looks that light when on the palette it's incredibly dark. It's the weirdest thing. What I'm trying to do there is kind of basically tie together some of these cooler colors like the green and the turquoise with this much warmer skin tone here. As we bring a little bit of that over the top here. And I think I really would like to have some of that in the basically shadow areas here of the skin. We did do that with our other Raptor, but it was a different green. It was that much cooler green. So here, let me move this over here. And you can see, so again, in the shadow areas that we have that green, but it's much cooler green. That's a much warmer green. Color temperature, it's a huge part of the painting. It doesn't matter whether it's oils or acrylics. Does not matter. That's what really is going to make your miniature that much more interesting. I know a lot of people, they do the contest miniature painting. You want to give those judges something to look at, right? Some reason to keep looking at yours, to notice all the things that you try to do on it. If it's just kind of like, oh, look, they shaded green with a darker green, or the skin tone is a little darker skin tone color, that's about it. Oh, wait a minute, look at this. There's some kind of dark green color in the shadows of the much warmer skin tone. What's that all about? I gotta look at that. You have to give people a reason to want to look at what you've done. Now that one there, maybe what I'm going to do here is, again, we have another blending brush. Just take some of that away. Let's throw a little more here. Again, that's that warmer green. Now a blending brush again. We'll just, it's a nice little way of toning that down. Don't have to do all the glaze stuff here. You can just pop that color on there and then push that around. So try and drop a couple of our greens here, like you do. And this, I'm telling you, this is actually really, really dark. Now, here's another color temperature thing. Also, this is not just a different color temperature, it's also very grayed down in comparison to this. So it's not just a warmer green than this here, but it's also, this is kind of dingy, and that is very bright. And that was an intentional thing. We were trying to do that. Now, let me see. Perline black. Ooh, that might have been too much thinner, but what I'm trying to do here on some of these leaves, again, these are 3D printed bits from Make It Epic Basing. Some of these are just a little too dark, maybe not quite enough green. Let me get That's a little bit of a warmer green here. Okay, that was almost looking a bit on the almost black. See if I can lighten this up some more then. Yeah, these leaves are looking a little bit, well, there's too much of the perylene black on them, and that's that really dark green. Okay, I think that makes a difference. And then we can maybe go after some really light lights as well here at a certain point. Yeah, because there's no shadow hitting these other leaves. Some of them are quite literally in the shadow of our big bird there. So now we're going to try and hit these leaves again, and I think now the lighter color might make a little more sense than it did before. So yeah, we'll fix up this leaf over here. Now, if I did do again a basing video showing how I utilize these leaves. And again, they are printed from Make It Epic Basing. I just printed a whole bunch more that I'm gonna use in my army painting series for Army of the Dead. Also some more. I was at the Goon Master Games, I think, for some Greyjoys, and also for some more of my Corsairs of Umbar. And Rico, now here's the interesting thing. I have to I'll do a little bit of chest, a little basing chest, because that base, it's actually going to be more like this color. So you can see how we've got some of that warmer color right there. That's what's actually going to be this. So this is almost all this is going to go away, and it's going to be more like this with all of our static grass and tufts and all that other good stuff. We're also going to welcome in somebody just created a ruckus. Who could that possibly be? Who would create a ruckus? That would be Mini Ruckus. How you doing there, Mini Ruckus? Thank you so much for the raid. And everybody, please give Mini Ruckus a follow. Now, oh, we have a bunch of these. So here, this is another one. There you go. So yeah, see that? Look at how nice and warm that is. So now that'll contrast, right? Not just with this, but it'll also contrast with those tufts. So this is again, this is what we painted a couple of weeks ago. We have a few of those guys actually to throw some of that stuff on. Yeah, and it's there's another example too. So that actually ends up eventually more like this, where we add all of our flock and foliage and some dust and even these tall plants like that. So really change it, because this looked just like that until we added all the foliage and everything. This looks like Mini Ruckus. Oh, somebody's doing some dwarves. Somebody's got some squats. Now, well, Mini Ruckus, again, if you want to post any kind of pics or anything like that, what you've been working on, please do so. So yeah, Rico, that's why we only just did, remember we were talking about doing just the most basic of just a little bit of dry brushy stuff there, since it's mostly going to be covered. But it can be difficult to think of that, right? And I think, well, here was another one too. It was this right here. So as we were painting these, you can go back and watch the sessions where we painted these. I actually had to treat the horses and a lot of the stuff here not with the darker. I basically barely painted this. It was basically the exact same thing here, but between the tufts and the snow, you can see how that changes this. Look at this thing. Imagine how that would change it so much. So we actually, as we were painting the horses, we had to remember that we had all of this snow that was going to be on the bases too. And it can be a little bit confusing, right? Oh, and of course, how about this, right? If you see the video of this, what this looked like before all of the flock and grass and everything was in place, oh my gosh, it looked so different. And then of course this changes it around too. So you see all those that leaf litter right there. So that's leaf litter, and then of course more a different type of tuft colors. It really changes things, doesn't it? So again, everybody please give Mini Ruckus that follow. So Mini Ruckus, yeah, I haven't even seen any of the Voton slash squats in person yet. All right, here, let's lighten that up just a smidge more. So yeah, it would have been interesting recoil that as these were, it would have almost been like some kind of, it would have been like this, but in plant form. So like you said, a little bit of change there makes them look a little bit different from each other. Because yeah, it would have been a very rocky plant. And of course, these, due to the nature of the
Hello, little
Soraya
hobbits.
Smoky Black
Walk
ink,
my
or
goblins.
Smoky Black resin, I had to basically cure these with the supports on. And thank you so much, Trousbrunt. Appreciate that. Long comes again off and he says, you don't like pipeweed, do you? It's like, dude, do I look like I'm interested in your weed? It's like, you could take that a couple of ways. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And of course, well, here's some of the other well, this was our, I think we did this stream on Friday, right? Yeah, or no, Saturday. This was our Saturday stream. Quickie again. The oils really doing some fantastic stuff on our elk, and the shield and the armor really makes that easy. Now, sometimes things get a little bit more with the freehand. We did did 5 of these guys, again with all of the, there we hear some more. So these guys were very, very fun. Did these guys, lots of freehand. We also, well, here's some bust action with the homemade fluorescent oil paints right there. Now we'll continue to get a couple more of our lights here onto these. So those are okay as they are here. Just trying to get a little bit more like so. There we go. Yeah. Boy, recall the part of it is just making these things lighter. That's going to help. Well, that's about as light as we can go here. Yeah, now that's catching a little bit more light there. So thank you so much for that follow. Obviously, Ganov appreciates it too. Appreciates all his little hobbitses. As long as they don't smoke all the pipe weed. Yeah, there's another one that, yeah, see, look at that, Rico. There was almost nothing going on with this small one here. This was kind of a mid-sized one. Gonna see if I can't throw a couple of more lights onto this. I know it's probably hard for you to see given where the birdie is. A little more light right there, and then I'll just take this blending brush here. Fade that a bit. And we'll even, well, here, this one, The funny thing here is that I thought because I thought this stuff was going to dry fast enough, I could do all of the flock and foliage as part of the video. Still waiting on that to dry, but you can see it's just the same old color on those rocks there, and we're going to be doing flower tufts from Armored Wolf. Yeah, recall it's so interesting what that does. Now, when we have here's another fun example. So yeah, we got again, those are the flower tufts from Armored Wolf. This just had no color on it whatsoever. That was very boring looking until we got the tufts on there and some of the flock and foliage. That really changed that around in a hurry. So it's that little bit of you have to play a little bit of chess with yourself. You have to kind of plan a few moves ahead. You have to know, all right, well, if we're doing this on the base, but we can't add that flock and foliage because obviously with the wet oil paints we'll have some chia miniatures. We don't want chia miniatures. So this is another one here. I have to add some more light to that. Okay. And some more light here. Along this edge, maybe? Yeah. I mean, I don't want to outline the thing. Now there's a little bit of our warmer green in this. Let me see if this is going to get too bright here. Maybe it's going to be all right. Yeah, I think we'll just leave that there. Now back up here to some of the skin tone, maybe. Throw a little bit of our lighter green there, and then we'll take this as a blending brush and tone this down. Like that. What about this? I guess we'll a little bit on the edge of the feathers here. Along, there's still too much of nothing going on. Right, even though that is a shadow area. Boy, as dark as I thought that was not terribly dark. That's about what I needed. Actually, I had to go back and grab a bunch more phthalo green to tone that. And now I think we can get a little bit lighter here. And again, not too much. And then we just say enough is enough with that lighter green. Here we are. Okay, there, just enough. So those are set. What about the stems? We'll throw a couple more lights on those stems. And let me see if I can go one step lighter on the skin here. I guess we'll take some of the radiant magenta and some of our brilliant yellow pale. That should be nice and light. Will it be too late? Could be. We may have to tone it back down, but I think that just about does it, maybe. Yeah, and oh, here, but on these forearm, a smidge here on that on his chest. You can see we're doing that little bit of a stippling type of brushstroke there. More snow. So again, the replica nature, the crushed glass snow. It's the way to go, because if you want to be able to do stuff like this, see those blood effects right there? The reason why that looks like it's soaked into some crystals is because that's crystals. That's your crushed glass snow there, available from Armored Wolf. And that again, that's the replica nature. Well, as we always say, nothing replicates nature quite like nature. That's also in the Book of Wapple. So there, and who knows, there might be some Book of Wapple stickers. We talked about those, and maybe there might just be some of those. So again, check out Armored Wolf Productions on Etsy. Well, in addition to all the fine basing stuff, you'll also see some incredible dice bags and other tooled leather goods, and some very customized dice bags. I might throw a little bit of my lighter skin tone into some of those muscles there. It is pretty hilarious, though, basically using the same thing I would for skin tone on one of my average miniatures, but using that here for our chicken dino. A little more light there, and then some right here. Maybe just a smidge right there. Alright, let's do this. Any more here? I don't know how much more I really want to do there with this lighter stuff. Now, welcome back, Lady B. Again, hopefully you're having yourself a decent day there. You know, I might go a little bit lighter up in here. That for sure. And then maybe here. But now a little more Terra Rosa. And we'll just have at the edge of that. And we'll do a little bit of our stippling. Now I'm going to try and get some of the lighter go on his neck here. See if this is going to work. Hey, Arid. I hope that felt really, really good. I'm sure it always does. Okay, I'm glad that I did that on this other side, because we've been doing it over here. Again, there's our blending brush. Poof. There we go. That was getting to be only just a green. Now we have a little bit of our skin color in there too. Maybe a bit more on these muscles. Oh, that's too light, so I'm going to come back over here to that brown matter there. That's just enough to tone that down. Well, okay. Yeah, it does. That's right. I was thinking. You just had me thinking. Boy, usually there is any excuse for fireworks, and as in no excuse, they'll just be blowing those things off like crazy. But not. Haven't heard any of them. Now, of course, it's a wee bit chillier here, and also just a regular weeknight. So, although that usually hasn't stopped them much before. All right, here's my another bit of that really light skin color out here in just a couple of places. And this is what we do. Sometimes we go, all right, as we compare it to this, maybe we do need to lighten it up a little bit more. It's like here, I'm thinking I might still have to bring in some lightening on this side of his arm too. And a bit more here. Okay, that's better. Arid, they're completely illegal here. And yet on the 4th of July, and well, sometimes other days, just about every other house on the block has a fireworks display that most municipalities can't match. They are most definitely illegal here. And, well, Arid, I think you heard me talking about flying into Chicago. If you ever want to experience what it might have been like flying bomber missions or something like that in the Second World War, all you have to do is just fly into Chicago, especially Midway Airport. That's a special treat right there. So again, if you want to know what it's like to experience flak like that and just see an entire city draped in smoke where fireworks are illegal, you just fly in here on. Actually, you could fly in here anytime between, say, June 15th and August, and that'll practically be that way because that's how long they're blowing off those fireworks. And the most entertaining thing is right at Wentworth Park, where the fire department guys, they just sit up their lawn chairs right out in front of the firehouse and watch the huge fireworks displays, and then get ready to head out on a call because somebody's down to about 7 or 8 fingers now. Yeah, and around here, those, and they're not just setting off fireworks, they're setting off basically battlefield tactical nuclear weapons at 3 o'clock in the morning. There we go. And I'm gonna try. What I'm hoping to do is I might come back in here with something more. I'm just real tempted to because I'm looking at that. Does that have a little more shape to it than this does? But that also catches more light than this does. So I think we'll maybe leave that more as is then. So yeah, the dog absolutely hated the fireworks. We tried everything. We would close the windows, turn on air conditioners, turn on radios or something like that. But yeah, that was pretty useless. That was quite pointless. Now we're gonna. I think this also soften that transition. It went from really light to really dark quickly, and I think that transition's a bit better. Now I'm back to my super light again. Wow, I can still go lighter there. What about something on the end of that talon? I think we're good here on all of these. Yeah. Another little decision to make. That's a whole bunch of dark stuff. I want to get some of this green back in here. Is this going to be too light? Yeah, I can only imagine that, Arid. Now, hopefully, again, it doesn't happen for too long. And there's really no way to just kind of say, "Oh, don't worry, but it'll be over soon." No, they don't understand that. They're not going to. All they know is that weird stuff is happening. So that's a smidge, a little touch of some green out here. I know. I think this talon still needs to. Here, let me get this. I guess, yeah, here, let's put some more over on that side too. Back to this. Now that, maybe that's introducing too much of a light. I don't know. We'll see. I think that also maybe needs a little extra light there. Yeah, well, that's somebody's going to get some exercise out of that then. That sounds like Irid. Somebody's going to be, if they're doing that for a while, somebody's going to be able to lift really heavy containers of Lego bricks. Yes, indeed. Actually, oh, and Irid, if you wanted to share your Pinstagram, it's been a little while since you've had a chance to do that. Once again here, I'm trying to find the last few little bits of highlights that we can do there. Now, when I do I want to do a painting video on one of these. It's most likely going to be a two-parter, I think, because that way I can show a little bit more of it, and it will most likely be essentially a couple of 100-minute to 120-minute long vids. So that would give me a chance to even maybe, well, no, I wouldn't be throwing any of the flock on there, but we could chance to do the tattoos. It would almost be like what we did here with this guy. Everybody, please again check out the link that Arid just posted there in the chat. Some very fine jewelry, of course. All right, one last little bit of light there. Now, of course, typically at the 3 hour mark, that's when we like to play our little game of brushstroke management. Sometimes that just all that means is we go back into some areas and we just smooth some things out, and that's all that means. And that means a brush that has no paint on it, and we're just looking to maybe soften up some weird edges, or sometimes just buff out some brush strokes. That happens with the oils, because I know people will ask me, they say, why do we not see any brush strokes with your oils there? It's because we went back in and we just wiped those away. But it doesn't affect the color at all, doesn't affect the shading or the blending at all. All we're doing is just, again, getting rid of some brush strokes. The less you do of that approach of basically traditional acrylic painting where it's one layer on top of another, you're just way less likely to have that happen. No, I was tempted to do a little bit more light stuff there on the fingers, but I don't think so. Let me see if I can do a little bit of something lighter here on the end of this spear. Again, I don't want to have too much. thinner on that brush because I don't want it to become a pin line wash here. And that's something that can happen. Okay, yeah, I wasn't thinking of it. I'm just going to try and lighten those up a smidge more, but go back a little Terra Rosa here. Ooh, that also might have a little bit too much thinner in there. Ooh, that's pretty darn cool. Woof. All right, we're going to get rid of some of that. Yeah, that was really, really on the edge there of just too much. Some heavy boxes of Legos. Actually, Arid, I'm just visualizing because Kathy's brother does. That's kind of a little bit of a side business for him, and he has thousands and thousands of bricks, and he can just look at a kit and say, okay, I need part number whatchamacallit, and it'll be like an incomplete kit. And he has just the knowledge of the parts. He's been doing it for so long now. He can just kind of look at a kit and go, you know, I think it's that part over here. And he has bins and bins and bins of bricks all over the place. He has some of the smaller type of pieces and essentially the same kind of old-fashioned little things you put washers and screws in and stuff. And it's very, very, very expansive. He has big tubs, smaller tubs, and then even bigger tubs, just so that he can sort of assemble just about anything that he needs in case he's missing a piece or two. It was kind of wild to see all of the Lord of the Rings Lego stuff that he had the last time I was there. And some of that stuff goes back a long ways. Hey, Spotted Painter, how you doing? So, Spotted Painter, I tried the first video using the fast matte paints, and I think there was maybe a couple of factors at work, but what's weird is that this thing painted during the podcast, only a few hours before this is still wet. It's been almost 22 hours now, and a lot of parts of this are still wet. I think maybe now it's finally starting to dry a little bit. That was weird, because that's all nothing but the fast matte. But I was using the violet, the phthalo, and the quinacridone, so maybe those are just, since they are slow drying colors, even with the alkyds, maybe that is the force that was at work there. Of course, too, the other thing I was speculating is that they were brand new tubes, and there could have been a lot of linseed oil that came out. So there might have been an inordinate amount of linseed oil that got into the paint. I tried to mention that on the video. Hopefully I did. But you'll be seeing that soon enough. So yeah, I think maybe getting some of, because this thing, it's weird that this would literally dry in a matter of hours and the other one would still be wet. And this we would expect would still be wet. And we did phthalo here. Now, of course, the radiant colors, there's definitely fairy dust in those. Actually, Spotted Painter, if you wanted to post links to some of your stuff, I know you just did your own little, speaking of Lord of the Rings, you were just doing some Lord of the Rings stuff there. So if you want to post a link to that into the chat so people could see that. Yeah, now I didn't get the cadmium, so I wasn't using those. But it was pretty wild having to mix a bunch of colors together to get dark stuff, like taking the violet and the phthalo to try and make the usual kind of darker browns and grays that we use. Alright, I think these are all as light as I can go. I don't even know what the heck these things are supposed to be over here. Nah, don't like that. Blending brush time. We'll just kill most of that. So everybody, please check out that post by Spotted Painter. Check out his Facebook there. Some really fantastic stuff. All right, here I'm going to just try and a few little lights on the hair if we can. And of course, compared to the other one here, it's just so wild to see the fact that there's phthalo green right there and a whole bunch of phthalo green on this. There's almost basically the same amount of phthalo green. It's just on one. We warmed it up big time with the Indian yellow and things like the radiant yellow. So there's a Spotted Painter. Would you say not everybody is discontinuing them quite so fast as maybe say Dick Blake is? Because here I'm wondering, there might be some places where you could get some of the other ones. But boy, that was really a surprise when I was using those. And in the video, I actually say, well, okay, we're going to stop this. We'll come back and I'll actually put some flock and foliage here and show you how these are dry. But they weren't. Thank you so much, Clinton. Happy Halloween to you. I hope that you had yourself a good one. Yeah, I wonder actually a Spotted Painter if it's being retooled. If maybe that was either it being repurposed, retooled in some way. So Clinton, I hope that you're doing well. Actually, Clinton, if you wanted to post links to some of your stuff there in the chat, I hope that you're doing really well. And I hope you had a good Halloween. And maybe you had a chance to have some fun. The kids had some fun. All that good stuff. So Spotted Painter, again, since they were used for the very first time, it is possible that just an awful lot of the linseed oil came out in that first squeeze of the tube, which would make sense why the fast matte white doesn't do that, because well, as you can see, we've used it a little bit, so maybe that's some of the difference there is the first squeeze of that. Wouldn't be surprised if that made a difference. Now, what the heck is going on here? This is always the stuff like this where I can't tell. Is it fur? Is it supposed to be leather? What is that supposed to be? I am going to grab more of my green here for the rest of the fingers. No, that's going to be way too light. Get some of the perlene black on there. Wow, and even that is really light. Interesting. Yeah, Spotted Painter I mean, it's not that big a deal because it's not really something I want to do a bunch of videos with, given that they're going away, right? Now, oh, this is what I meant to do. Where's my Terra Rosa? A little bit of the brown matter here. Some, not just reflected light on the skin here, but also something that makes that a little bit, see, I got a little bit of Terra Rosa in there. Alright, here don't have to worry about that because, well, we've got the tattoo in place. No, that's got to be more of a green here on the neck, I think. Oh, there we go. That's a whole bunch better. So it's just something that I'll test them again myself, and hopefully we don't have to. We can get some of that initial the linseed oil out of there, because it was pretty slimy with some of them when they first came out of the tube. They're all very translucent though for the most part. The Naphthol Scarlet or whatever was slightly less translucent, but my goodness, the manganese blue hue, that was, I was expecting it to be more like Sever's blue. That was just super translucent. Ah, that sounds good, Doshi. Actually, I'm also getting starved. Ah, that is more like it now. The shoulder there, maybe even some lighter green on the neck. We'll just take our blending brush here and fade that. So now I can really see a difference between the leather and the skin tone. There was not a whole bunch of difference there for a while. So it was translucent for you too. And actually, the other thing is seeing that the violet up against Egyptian violet. Boy, there was no Egyptian violet still reigns supreme. No doubt about it. Egyptian violet, nothing can challenge it. That was very dramatic to see that. So I'm trying to do here is kind of install, put a little bit of, well, that's too light for that shadow area. So we'll take this and we're going to tone that down. There we are. So this one, the clothes were a little bit different. Skin tone is basically the same. I just, there's maybe a little, there's a tiny bit more of a cooler green on this one because of all the warm green here. Just like this one, the green on her skin is a little bit warmer because of all the cooler phthalo greens here. So there's your comparison between the two. So sometimes, and here I didn't do quite as much of the Terra Rosa in the skin tone because, wow, we have a lot of Terra Rosa right there. So yeah, this was, we tried to do, the Egyptian violet, but that's the diazonine violet right there. And then, well, there was almost, I tried doing as much of the manganese blue hue as I could. But that was definitely no Sever's blue. Even though it kind of looked like it, and man, it was, like we're talking about, super translucent. The quinacridone red was also really translucent. Not a surprise given what quinacridone magenta is like. The Naphthol Scarlet had some opacity to it. Thanks, Doji. Actually, oh wait, Doji, did you want to, speaking of links to things, did you want to post the links to, I know you have it in the Discord, so if you wanted to post links to that in the chat. Sorry, I knew I was spacing on something. Couldn't remember what the heck it was, but yeah, if you wanted to post links to that in the chat. And I think Spotted Painter, you already did yours, right? Yeah. Wanted to make sure you had a chance to do that. And we'll try and give her some more, something lighter here in these chompers. There we go. That's good. Okay, yeah, because I saw that the few seconds I had to look at anything today, it was another sort of a challenging day. And it looks like, unfortunately, this Wednesday is going to be another one of those 12-hour marathons, unfortunately. But I did want to say that because of those two classes that I'm supposed to do for Warfare Weekend, those are those virtual classes. If I stream at all, it's going to be after those. So it would be super late night, after midnight. But given what the other effects are going to be happening here, I don't think we'll be doing that. Now, yeah, Spotted Painter, we thought maybe this month we weren't going to have to deal with what, because it hit last month, and there was even more surprises. Like, well, we kind of thought you tested for that already. So I'll fill you in later on. Now, I'm going to throw a little more light up here on this part, and then this part of his beaks. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Yeah, Doji, and it's weird because it was, it was normal for me, right? Because I'm normally just filming and stuff at this time if I'm not streaming. But with all the stuff going on here, it's really all of a sudden it's basically like having jet lag because everybody else works on a very different schedule when things are starting at 6 o'clock in the morning. Oh, no, 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 that's, there we go, the brown matter, that's what we want here. Yeah, some more of that over here. I will take that blending brush again and just use this to push some of that around. I'm pretty, yeah, I think those are just supposed to be some bones or something like that. I don't know. That bit of green there, I don't quite know if I want that much, so I'm going to try and tone that down a little with this Terra Rosa brown matter mix. Now I've got some toes over here that we never really did get lighter. Whoops, that wasn't where you were supposed to go. Hey, Zentorian, how you doing? Nice to see you again. I hope that you had yourself a good Halloween, of course. Where's that green again? Nope, not quite enough, but I don't also want it to be too much like what's going on with a birdie right there. So that's just enough. Well, Zentorian, here's the second one. Remember we did this other one on the Friday stream? Yeah, this was our Friday stream. So actually a fair amount of phthalo green on both of these, but you see that's more of a straight up phthalo green where it's much cooler. But here you can see what the influence of, say, Indian yellow and brilliant yellow pale and even the, yeah, a little bit of the radiant yellow mixed into that phthalo green does. It really changes that green quite a bit. All right, Arid, you have a good night, and thanks again for everything, and I hope that everything starts to work out with the, well, those several different things that you have to work through. Oh, that's fantastic, Spider Painter. Uh, so this thing over here, those talons, I'm gonna come back to these. Maybe they just need to be mostly dark. I'm just gonna change these around here again. So, okay, we change those back. Now we're gonna come back over here to the Radiant Violet again, minus that piece of fuzz. So Zentorian, I actually do that. It's, well, I'm never really going to need to carry him anywhere again, at least not for a long time, but I do move them around in the house. So there's a couple of ways we magnetize them. There's the refrigerator magnet method like this. And then, of course, and it depends on the miniature itself. Now, I think this one, where did you go? There's one that has, here it is. So this one has a rare earth magnet because that's actually a metal miniature with a piece of Sculpey or plaster on it. So that's very heavy. So that one gets a rare earth magnet. But for the most part, it's more the refrigerator magnet. All right, you have a good one there, Doji, sorry. And I actually did, I've done at least 2 tutorial videos on magnetizing miniatures, possibly 3. I just did one recently on the Patreon page. I think actually within the last month, I believe, did a magnetizing video, also showing the, because Green Stuff World, they actually have some die-cut refrigerator magnets for square, for ovals, rounds, all the stuff that you need. Well, the thing is, you'd have to be really sure that because again, it depends. Is it metal miniatures, resin miniatures, plastic miniatures, and if it holds too well, that also can be a bit of a problem. That's why I use for especially the 3D printed resin, I use the more gentle refrigerator magnets because otherwise what happens is you're going to lift up that miniature, you're going to have a miniature in your hand and you're going to have a base still stuck to whatever. And believe me, that's happened to me often enough. That has happened too many times. I just say the heck with it, and well, you can see I just use blue tack because I can actually then come in here with, well, something like a pin or something like that, shove that in there, and basically kind of pry it off if I need to do that. Now, the interesting thing is some of those miniatures, it's to get to the base, you might break off so like, yeah, there's some of these where it's really, really, really tough to get to the base. Well, even one like this, right? It's very tough to get to the base. And those are the ones that tend to get removed from the base by accident. And the other thing too is, well, it's Lord of the Rings, right? So I'll have a collection of miniatures in the same army that's metal, plastic, Forge World resin, 3D printed resin. It'll be all of these different materials, and sometimes you forget which is which when you're reaching in there. So that's it's one of the hazards. Let's see. I think there's some armies that won't be as like well, no, the Candish army is going to be that way because some of them will be metal, and the Dunlendings will be like that. I think the Corsairs of Umber will all be either plastic or printed resin, so not a big deal there. Now, yep, Zentorian, you basically will have to kind of treat it all like it's breakable. But again, the blue tack serves the purpose because I'm not lifting the miniature off of there. And unless I pry this thing off, this is going nowhere. And this is a very heavy miniature here because it's pretty gigantic. So yeah, well, and I think if it was, let's say if it was a bunch of Space Marines that were 3D printed, that wouldn't be a big deal because they're bulky, right? But a lot of the stuff, especially the Lord of the Rings things, they tend to have spears and bows, and they are much more on the fragile side for sure. So on that Zentorian, I hope that you can have a blast painting that. All right, there we go. Actually, I'm kind of looking forward to some of my digital sculpting Lord of the Rings guys to maybe do some cave drakes. I know that Kolbe's, they did, well, basically Easterling drakes, but hopefully maybe somebody does some straight up cave. Well, maybe Diwali, that would be nice. Or Medbury doesn't really do large creatures. That's the one thing that Medbury doesn't do, actually, now that I think about it. Let's tell you, print. Oh, that's right. Yeah, spotted painter. So that was the tough resin. I know other people will use oh the more flexible stuff too. I don't know which resin that is, but I know it is a more flexible resin anyway. I'm just gonna there we go. A little bit of the darker blue down in there. We have some Terra Rosa there. Now here we're gonna take that, carry that up a little bit further on his chest here. Oh, the Amiralab. Okay, that name, I've seen that before. That sounds familiar. Actually, that's one of the other things I have to do tonight. In addition to editing and rendering that video, is get the next build plate going on the printer. And now that it's actually 1:30 in the morning here, we better go head out and do that. So I think, good, I have Drax all lined up. Oh, geez, 90, but, well, but you won 3 bottles. Wow, spotted painter, that's fantastic. That is really cool. All right, so there's yet another one of our Conquest Raptor Riders. There you go. And again, a very different color scheme from this. The third one of this unit is going to be done basically a two-parter on the Patreon page. Couple of videos there. So that should be very fun and very different color scheme from these two. So I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the contributions to this, the bitses, the cheers, and the subs, the follows. I appreciate that. Thanks so much for Armored Wolf for doing all the moderation. And of course, Bithron, thanks for doing the clips too. I appreciate that a lot. So we are ready to go. So thanks again, everybody. Like I said, I might have to either stream different days or some weird times just because of the convention stuff this weekend. So thanks again, everybody.